I hope you will enjoy them. First will be Niels, and he's going to talk about M1 Mac Mini computers and CACD. I hope you will enjoy, and round of applause for Niels. And good luck.
Yeah, hi everyone. I hope you had all a great lunch, so we can start with a lot of energy into the talk about M1 in CI/CD. But first, I'm going to introduce myself a bit. I'm Niels. I'm from Germany. I'm the co-founder of ShareZone, a collaborative school partner app, and we're using Flutter since 4 years. And back then, there was no M1. There was just Intel chips. And I have a question for you. Who is using an M1 or M2 MacBook? Just raise your hand. Yeah, a lot of guys. This just because that was so good. It's insane. And it's really fun to build apps with M1 and M2. And if you're building apps, I hope all you have CI/CD pipelines to verify your code has high quality, all your tests are passing, building the apps, deploying the apps to the App Store. And for this, you are using CI/CD. And the goal is to detect failure earlier, build faster, and just making everything easy. And for this, you are using maybe your own CI/CD setup or a CI/CD provider like CodeMagic or Bitrise. And some CI/CD providers are offering now M1 support, and this means we can use M1 in CI/CD. And for this, we need to migrate our project to M1. And first of all, I can say good luck with all the iOS issues. But the good message is it's 2 years ago when Apple released the M1, so a lot of things happened. A lot of things are migrated now, and you shouldn't have that much issues if you. It's like iOS builds not working always the printer. So if you have any problems, just look in the internet. There are a lot of content about migrating M1. We don't have that much time today, so we can go that deep into this. There's also some issues on Flutter, on the Flutter repository. I can recommend you to use the labels to just searching for issues, and you might see your issue and a solution for this. And so this. And you might see also issues with Godin tests in CI/CD when you are using different kind of architectures. For example, if you are building if you are generating your Godin files with M1 and testing them on Intel chips, it could be that you have some problems. There's also just like something like this. It looks really the same, but it's not the same. And there's also another issue on GitHub was running them on Chrome. But the good message is I have never seen these issues, so it's just a note. I couldn't reproduce it, so for me everything is working fine. Running M1 Godin test on Intel, for me is everything fine. So just a note for you to know this. So now why using M1 in CI/CD? There are a couple of reasons. The first one is maybe everyone who's maintained CI/CD knows that getting close as you can to your local environment is the best thing. So if you are using M1 in your local developer team, it's a good thing to also have it in the CI/CD to have a deterministic setup. So you having one input and you are getting the same output every time. And this is the first thing. And the second thing is speed. The M1 and M2 are really fast. And maybe you saw this tweet of the staff software engineer of Reddit that they cut their Android build times by half. And this was really insane. And I did some research for this. I did a lot of builds with ShareZone to get a really realistic view about how fast M1 is in CI/CD. So I did some tests with CodeMagic. I also wanted to have a realistic picture, so I used ShareZone, which has a lot of native dependencies, a lot of large code base, and I also did for every parameter 3 builds and calculated average to get a realistic way. And these are the results. You can see in the orange one, M1s are really fast, and this is really good for everything. For every time you need to build something in your CI. For example, I hope you have all integration tests and also end-to-end tests. And for this, you need always to build your app to run it on device farms or whatever. And if you're having like one M1, you get really fast feedback. Your CI/CD pipeline is much faster than with like M1s. But there are also some other use cases where you want to have fast build times. For example, if you're pushing to the Play Store, App Store, or some other cases. And another case would be, for example, testing the app. So I had always the problem to test the pull request on my phone. So when someone else made a pull request, I checked out to the branch, built everything on my MacBook, and just check it out. And so then I wrote a script for this to automate this process. So I wrote a script that CodeMagic is building every time a new pull request is there. CodeMagic is building a new build, and I'm able to just scan the QR code, and the app is installing over the air, and I'm able to just directly use it on my phone, and I just can check everything. It's working. How's this feature feeling as a user? And it's really awesome. And for this, it's also very nice to have fast builds because I don't want to wait 1 hour to get this. With M1, I get this like in 10 minutes, and it's really nice. And I have also something to announce. This script is now also available as a package, so you can just use it in your CodeMagic setup. So you just need to add this line at the end, and that's it. So you just put it in your CI/CD or a CodeMagic file, and you are getting all this comment. It's also updating. If you, for example, if you're pushing a new commit to the pull request, it's updating the comment, so you don't get that much notifications. And it's really simple. You just add this one comment, and this was it. And there's also the thing that Apple is doing this transformation to Apple Silicon. So someday there will be no updates for the new macOS versions to supporting the Intel chips. So someday you need to migrate to M1. And yeah, to sum up, it's really good to just test it out. You should have a close environment to your local setup. Speed is very nice, so you have to check if its speed matter to you, and also Apple will do the full transformation for this. And at the end, I can say just try it out. Go to Bitwise or CodeMagic. CodeMagic is also here. You can ask the guys. And I have also a secret for CodeMagic. CodeMagic is also changing their plans about M1, so they're becoming much cheaper. So just try it out and have fun with it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
That was really nice, just in time. I wonder if there's any questions to Niels about CI/CD and M1. There's one. Nice. I'll come to you.
Hey, the package that you have, the Activate CodeMagic app review.
Yeah.
You don't have that at Bitwise, do you?
This thing for
Would that work in Bitwise?
it's just for CodeMagic, but I think Bitwise has an option for this.
Sorry?
I think Bitwise has something similar. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but I think Bitwise has something like this. I never worked that much with Bitwise, but it's primarily for GitHub, for CodeMagic. So because like it's also pulling some things in the background to know which pull requests are working on and things like this, and it's just for CodeMagic. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We'll have a short technical break, probably just to connect your computer. And so give it up to Niels once again. In just a second, he's going to talk about Flutter community and leadership. Just give us a minute to reconnect.
I will be showing 5 and 1. Hi, I am Akansha Jain. I am based in India. I am a former GDSC lead and I'm currently working as a Flutter developer at AP Mollomers. I have been a part I have been part of tech community since the past 2 years and it has been a pretty great journey so far.
And I'm Abhishek Doshi, and I'm also from India. I'm a Google developer expert for Dart, Flutter, and Firebase, and I'm currently working as senior Flutter engineer at Somnia Software. I have been in community since almost 5 years now. When I started learning Flutter, so I feel that communities is very welcoming as an individual, as overall as a person as well.
Okay, so as you all can relate to this fact that communities in general play a very important role in everyone's life in all aspects, right? So let's understand the importance of communities by the three C's of communities, that is communication, collaboration, and career.
So communication is not just the verbal communication. So let's just take an example of Flutter Vikings itself. We are at a very good conference. So communication is not just talking to each other, but whenever you go to an event, it's not just about consuming the content. It's also about reaching out to speakers, organizers, and other people who are present at the conference location. You never know whom you will meet. Maybe some CEO of some good companies, or maybe of your dream company. They might be able to start your career or land you to a good job. So yeah, the communication not just means verbal communication, but reaching out to people at a particular venue where you can help yourself as well as help the community.
Okay, so we just understood about communication, right? How communication helps an individual in the community. Now let's understand what collaboration means. Collaboration is basically a continuous process and it is equally important as communication. The better the communication, the better the collaboration is. So, collaboration basically means bringing individuals, community members, and organizations together to join hands and solve a problem. So, as the saying goes, alone you can do so little, but together you can do so much.
So we talked about communication and collaboration, but what about career? Communication and collaboration is part of community, but how can we relate career to community? So nowadays, there are many roles specific to community engagement, community management, and many people are diverting to building community along with a company as well as a product. So whenever you reach out to any people, no, you don't know who they are, but you don't also know how they will be able to help you build your career, or you can meet people at community events, and they might be changing your career, changing your life for life regarding career for a better good, right? You don't know when any person would help you to get your first job or get you to your dream company. So we feel that being a part of community, you should be communicating, collaborating with the events as well as the speakers, and make the best use of it by making your own career as well as helping out to the community. So it's like when you help community, community will help you back by giving 10 times as well as in form of career guidance and many more mentoring sessions, etc.
Okay, so now let's just understand some of the real life experiences of our community members. But before that, I would like to share my experience, and Abhishek would like to share his experience on the same. So, as I told you, right, I have been a part of community since the past 2 years. And I got to know this program called the Buddy program through Google Developers Student Clubs only, wherein the GDSE leads were paired with GDEs of the same domain, and the domain that I chose was Flutter. And through that only, I got Abhishek Doshi as my mentor, and he helped me in getting my first internship and my first job as well. He gave me the proper guidance in all the aspects wherein I was struggling with the interviews, and I was struggling with so many other things. So he helped me getting out all of that. So as you can see, right, I met him through part of community itself. So this is the power of community that you can also cherish.
And talking about my experience, I landed my first internship due to community, got my first job due to community. Even my current job was part of a community. So it's like my entire life revolves around community and with the help of community.
So we will be talking about some of the experiences that some of our community members shared with us. I think we have Renuka here. Hi, Renuka. So, Renuka started Tech Power Girls to focus on women with 5+ years of gap in their IT career, and now they want to work back in the same. So, after getting a good response on that, she is now mentoring students from rural parts of India. And Renuka also says that learning together, growing together, and helping each other is the heart of the Flutter community. And I totally agree with her.
Few of the other persons are Santosh Yadav. He dedicates his entire career and his entire life to community. He says that community was a part of his life when he had hard times, and he made really good friends from the community. He says that if you do 10% for the community, you get 10 times in return. Next, we have Maureen Josephine. She also has a similar experience. She landed her first internship after attending her first tech event, and she says that take advantage of tech community's presence. You never know where lies your next job, project associate, or even future co-founder. So, anyone from audience would like to share their experiences with community or regarding communities? Even if you have just a small experience.
Yeah, I can do it like this as well. So I'm Lucas from Widgets, and we built an open source package. And without the contributions from the community, first of all, our product. Maybe like this, yes. Okay. So without the contributions from the community, first of all, our product would not be that far as it currently is. Then without the feedback that we would receive, we wouldn't also know, okay, where are potential flaws, where could we improve. So that helped also a lot. And then what's also always great with the power of community is as Abhishek just said, it's also a great way of finding new people, not only as clients, but also as potential employees, or also just as people that contribute to your projects.
Is there anyone else? Thank you so much for having us here, and thank you so much for being a patient audience. Thank you.
And just a huge round of clap for Majid for organizing this event, because this is also a part of community, right?
Thank you very much. That was an amazing presentation. Thanks a lot. And now we will have another presentation with two speakers. So we need some time for the technical switch. Let's stay tuned. We'll be back in just in a second.
No. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, working. Yeah. Okay. So
Just a
you
quick
can
question.
swap,
Are we ready to stream?
and then we will swap. Okay.
Yeah. The only problem is that this mic is not streamed online, right? But I think we're good. All right. Welcome again after the short break. Now we will have a presentation from my old friends from Lincoln, from Warsaw. They will be talking about Flutter at scale, about one of the biggest apps built with Flutter in recent times. So give it up to Mateusz and Albert from Lincoln, and have fun.
All right. So, hi everyone. Welcome to Flutter at Scale, the talk about how we built a large mobile banking app with over 25 Flutter developers working together on a single code base, and over 200 people involved in the project using Flutter. So basically, we made a banking app with Flutter, and we thought about what key concepts helped us deliver the project, and we would like to share the experience of our year-long journey with Crédit Agricole Bank. So I'm Mateusz. I'm a mobile guild leader at Linkcode, using Flutter since early beta in CABP, Crédit Agricole Polish Bank branch. I was in a technical squad. I will explain later what it means. After work, I fancy music production. You can find me on Twitter at this handle.
And hello, I'm Albert, also from Linkcode. I write in Flutter since its very first public release, the version 1.0. And in the Crédit Agricole project, I serve as a Flutter developer, heavily focused on the UI as a member of the overall design squad. And you can also find me on Twitter.
All right, so first let's set some terms. So what does it mean for us to be in a small project? So for example, a small project for us is a project that we can do with 2 people for 2 months. And what's so special about this type of projects? That as a developer, you know almost every piece of code. You got similar business knowledge about the product to your friends, fellow developer that you work along. And there's a big chance that if there's a backend involved, also a backend developer also sits by your side, and you can communicate with them directly in real world or through some Slack or something. So what's the difference with large projects from our perspective? In large project for us is a project where there's code that you have never seen, and you have to accept that, and you don't know about existence of that piece of code. For example, you work on loans in terms of banking domains, but you don't know anything about loyalty club. Actually, there were people that after a year they got that idea that there is a loyalty club in the app, but they didn't know earlier. So there's hundreds of people involved in the project, not only from IT, and each of them work in a different way, in a different business, different domains, and so on and so on. So let's tame it. Let's cope with that. So what was our project, Crédit Agricole Bank? It was over 25 Flutter devs in over 10 squads. So as you can see, we had split like the teams, the people to the teams, business domain teams, and we emphasized 2 squads in here because they are special in the matters of today's talk, and you will see why. The first squad is overall design, and the Albert was the lead developer of that squad. And the 13 squad was platform and framework, also called as technical team. I was a leader of that squad, and you will see later why we did those 2. So there were over 200 people involved in the project from all of the industries. So when we thought about this talk, we thought about how we delivered such a project, and we thought about 10 key concepts that helped us deliver. And for the sake of today's talk, we got about half an hour, so we will be talking only about 4 points of that. But if you want to get more knowledge, you can download our free ebook about building mobile banking app, and the QR code for that will be on the last slide, so you will have time to scan that. So let's start from the first one. The first concept is code ownership. So let's talk about this seemingly simple thing, which is code ownership. In simple projects, small projects, it's something that's implicit. It's default. We don't have to think about it. We already know it because it's a single team, couple of people, or maybe we are alone. We have some single code base. We know that we created some feature, so we maintain it. We develop it further. We fix bugs in this feature. We just know that this guy made this piece of code or something like that. But if you have a lot of people, especially from different companies working together on a single app, and people can change squads, change jobs, projects, we have to think about it. Who is responsible for what? So if we have no rules, does it mean that everyone is responsible for everything? And it's really dangerous because when we use words like nothing or everything or always or never, we have to be aware that everything means nothing. This is the same because everyone has the excuse. Every developer can have an excuse that someone else is responsible for it. This is like with this metaphor of broken window. We can always think about that this window is broken, so I don't have to fix that because some other developer will come tomorrow and fix it, and so on and so on. So we thought, okay, it would be a nightmare if we develop it like for a year or 2. So we were scared about it. So we thought, okay, there's the need for boundaries. We have to put up some boundaries and impose some rules that everyone obey. So we introduced explicit code ownership to disallow no man's land, to disallow places where no one wants to get into, no one wants to be responsible for, and so on and so on. In small projects, it's natural. We don't have even to communicate it. But in this type of projects, we have to mandate the ownership somehow. So let's set some ground rules for that code ownership. The first one is every piece of code is owned by a team, not a person, because people can change squads, teams, projects, jobs, and so on. So, for example, this package, this code is owned by squad number 2. The second one is the team that owns the code takes the full responsibility of it. And what it means is that they will maintain it, they will develop new features and fix bugs there. But the most important one is that they will make decisions about if they allow or disallow any new code from outside, because we don't want to forbid contributions from another squad. It's normal that if I want to somehow communicate with some other code, not from my squad, but I can see that I can fix some bug, I will just do it right away. But I know that I have to make a merge request and assign someone from the owner squad of this code, so they can know that I made some change and they have to allow it. And the third one is that there are no exceptions to that rule, because if we allow for any exceptions, this doesn't make any sense, and the corruption will grow. So how to define the boundaries? Because we have to put up some. So for us, it was pretty simple. We just used local packages, like Dart packages. It was enough for us. We just we had split project into multitude of packages, and we have one markdown file that states that, for example, this package is owned by this squad. But there's always a but. As you know, maybe you've been in some project where you have some common package that has some common files, common style guides, formatters, I don't know, money counting, number formatting, and so on and so on. And it's okay. There's a need for that packages since they are being created continuously. But just to obey the rule, they still need to be owned by some team, because we said that there are no exceptions. And that's when here comes the technical team. So we had one team that, among other things, maintained the code that no one else wanted to maintain. So if there are, for example, API client package or some common package regarding some formatters, or some package regarding some logging, for example, who wants to maintain logging package? Almost no one. So we had to do it, and it's like, do not mistake the technical team only for the team that has ownership on things that no one else wants to. They have a far more important role. That's one of their responsibilities. So TLDR from that part, the first chapter, is someone has to be responsible always. So let's go further. The second one is project structure. So we had to think of some project structure that is scalable, so that we can add more squads, add more packages, and it's all consistent. So when you think of project structure, you're probably accustomed to word layers. It's like layering architecture, structure, files, and so on and so on. It's really popular. So let's look at this the diagram. So as you can see, we have three business domains: transfers, loans, and benefits, for example, from banking. And you can see we have some pages that have some UI, some qubits, for example, with application logic, and repositories with some data access code. Excuse me. So as you can see, we can layer them in this horizontal way. So then we would have, for example, UI package, application logic package, repositories package. So I've seen it a lot of times in many projects. And in small projects, I think that it won't bite you. But from our perspective, it was really dangerous, like in our type of project, because there's one significant question: who owns the package, who owns the repositories package, who owns the UI package, who owns the qubits package, or something like that. So let's try to answer that. We can relate to Conway's law. It's a very popular aphorism for software developers. So it goes like that. Any organization that designs a system will produce a design whose structure is a copy of the organization's communication structure. So let's try to relate our situation to that. We have to ask ourselves a question. How do we communicate in our project, in our organization? And how do we communicate on a daily basis? Daily is somehow a keyword in here, because we can ask ourselves, is there a repository squad daily? No, but there's actually a payment squad daily. So we have some people that are business experts from payments, people from other companies, people from outside the company, and so on and so on. And the only thing that's connecting us on our daily basis is that we work on a single business domain. So let's try to project our communication model onto our code. So we have the same classes, but simply we are grouping them by business domains. As you can see, we have transfers package owned by transfer squad, loans package, benefits package, and so on. So now I know who I can turn to about that code. So what about the structure of files in the package? So we go like with the same rule. Let's go by the business domain. So we really like this case of making features directory and just grouping all the files that are related to some business domain. For example, agreement documents. We have this lending package, which is about loans. So you want to, for example, sign some agreement document. So you have agreement signing or agreement documents feature. TLDR from that is take a domain-oriented look. Okay, so let's start actually working on code. You have all those packages, and there's a lot of packages. And for example, you want to run tests only in packages that have tests. It sounds like hell. So what we want to do is to run things in multi-package environment. And actually, there's already a tool for that. There's a task runner made for that, for Dart even. So it's Melos. It's a tool for managing Dart projects with multiple packages by Invertase. And it's basically a task runner for Dart. You can have this YAML file when you specify what do you want to do across all the packages that somehow go with your filter. So we used it for getting all dependencies, cleaning, run some scripts, generate code, things like that. So TLDR from that part is you need a task runner. So one more thing is from me is use one lint package for the consistency. So we had one lint package, CABP lint. We had all those rules in there and just included it in any other package, because at the end of the day, you will have this weekly meeting with all the developers, and you will want to decide, for example, whether to change this rule or not change this rule. But still, the set of rules is all in one place and everyone is using them. Okay, so let's go to the next concept.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, so when we have a project of this size, we definitely need something like a design system, because we need consistency, we need reusability of all of the building blocks that we use inside our application. And just to remind you, we had a dedicated squad called the overall design that was focused just on the common UI, on all the components, the communications with the designers. And our squad developed over 200 components. Those were both really small atoms and molecules to very complex organisms and templates. And each of those had a corresponding page in this storybook. But the question arises, how can we create and deliver components for all of those other fellow developers to create consistent screens and to create them quickly in a consistent manner? Let's start from the basics. Your design team shall have already prepared something like a style guide, so a document inside of Figma or whatever design tool you or them use that define some of the key concepts that are reused throughout the design. So stuff like typography, the fonts used, all of the text styles for that font, all the colors, and maybe some other design constants. So stuff like grid, spacing, some box shadows. This is also a place where your design team should have thought about some variations of those. So maybe different color themes like dark theme, or maybe some accessibility features like the high contrast setting for the color scheme, or maybe bold text, increased text scale. Okay, but when we have this on the design side of things, we need to somehow enforce our developers from other packages, from other squads, in using only this legal typography, only those legal colors in our widgets, to prevent them from using most likely some illegal values, which is mostly a result of an error, and this helps us spot and fix inconsistencies easily. And this is actually how we approached the problem at our project. For each of the classes that Flutter usually gives to us, like the text style or the color, we simply extended those classes. And what is most important here, we made the constructors private, so that only the common UI package, or rather more specifically, only this file, could use this constructor and provide all the available values. So, for example, we have this CA text styles, and CA is like the prefix for all the common components from Predefined. We gave the developers public fields that they could use that were the instances of this private constructor classes, extending the text styles and other things. And every widget, every component from our common UI package used only those classes, used only this CA text style and CA color. Even the simplest widgets like tags, we also had our custom tags just for this purpose. And actually, what is a nice finding is that having the style and the color separate from each other is actually really convenient. We didn't really find them so strictly coupled with each other. And going to colors, we also created something like a color scheme from Flutter/material, just to accommodate our custom color palette with our different variants of some colors, and that we could also provide in some inherited widgets and on top of the whole application, and simply provide some of the instances of this. So, for example, this is a light color scheme, but we also had a dark color theme, and we also had a different color theme for the business clients that also had light and dark themes. So, four different color themes that were easily switchable. I guess that everyone here knows how a widget tree is built, that it's basically, putting a widget inside another widget, so a tree built by composition, by nesting. And this is actually how the atomic design also looks like. Atomic design is a methodology of creating design systems, and it focuses not only on the end user screens, on the whole mockups, but it's also heavily oriented around components. It introduces this distinction into those 5 categories of components. And to explain them better, let's look at this practical example. On the left side, you have something that we call a navigation icon. That's simply some vector graphics on a circular background. This is an atom. So the smallest independent element that we have on designs. When we stick it next to some title, to some cards, we have a molecule, something that gives us a little bit more context. When we get some of those molecules, some of those cards, put it inside the carousel, give it some heading, close icon, we now have an organism. So something that we can put on any screen, and the user will most likely understand how to interact with this whole component, what to expect from it. And also there's the template which sticks everything together in some cases, and the pages itself. Another thing, when you're working in such a big project, you need to somehow future-proof your workflow. You need to foresee some of the potential problems that might arise because of some design decisions, or because of some more major components, you need to foresee those problems and communicate about them to prevent them from happening. And one of the things was the dark mode. At the very beginning, we didn't really had the color scheme for the dark mode, but we knew that it is somehow possible that it will be introduced, and it was introduced in the later time during the development. But thanks to this color scheme abstraction layer that we introduced, it was really easy to add just another color scheme. So that was one of those problems foreseen. And one of the other problems was also adding the support to the application for the text scale factor. And if you don't know what it is, it's actually an accessibility setting that you have on your mobile device that will increase the scale of basically every text in every application. And usually it works okay. I mean, usually you display some text in the vertical menu, where when the text is increased, it will simply take up more space. The scroll bar will be smaller, but it's not that big of a deal. It's still readable. But when we have some components that have a constraint on size, like this start page, this starting page of our application, this accordion component actually is quite dense, and we need to somehow find a solution how to fit all of this text, even when there's some people with this text scale factor increased. And what we actually did is the text scale factor affects both the line height and the font size, and we changed the implementation of this so it only affected the font size, and the text only had the same height all the time, no matter the text scale. Also, in a project of this size, our Figma was also really big. It was also split into multiple files, like we had with Dart packages. And the developers need to somehow effectively navigate in Figma also, because they usually work with user stories that have those screens, those designs attached, but they somehow need to develop the screen. So in Figma, it's actually tax-free if your designers use the component system that Figma provides, and one can simply click on their mouse and press go to main component, and they will be redirected to our design system file in Figma, which contains all of the available variants for a given component. And also, what's important, the name of the component in Flutter in our common UI package, which is like most important. So they can easily switch to their ID and just put it in code. And there are some other examples. It is just some text that has meaning to the developer, so that he will effectively use Figma. And this is how our Figma look. This is just a small, on the left side, it's just a small subset of all of the Figma files that we had. Every squad had at least one Figma file. So it was necessary to have this navigation. And also every screen was numbered with some incremental numbers. But the common UI developers also sometimes need to navigate from the code back to designs. And usually we just use Command F to find some usages of, for example, CA scaffold panel over component. And then we can see in some business squad package this comment on top that says what Figma file should we look in and what's the number of the screen. Okay, and if I were to name one thing that improved the productivity of the common UI developers the most, it would no doubt be the Storybook. And what is Storybook to us? It is a place for the overall design developers for development where we can focus only on the single component in an isolated environment, covering all the cases without the need to click through the application in some deep places using some mock data and stuff like that. It's also a place for other developers to play with the widgets, maybe better understand them just before they even get a chance to use them in code. This is also a place if we deploy it on Flutter Web, which we did to quickly display the increments of our common UI package on sprint reviews, where we simply open different widgets in different Chrome tabs and switch between those. And also, this is a place for designers or maybe some business people to validate our work, to check if the components work correctly, if they behave just as they want. And this is how our Storybook looks like for a very simple widget. We use it mostly as a desktop application. It was also deployed on web. It is a heavily refactored Storybook underscore Flutter package to accommodate our needs. And this is how it works in action. Let's hope it will play. Give it some help. Okay, so like the middle part is just the widget, is our play space. On the right side, we have a sidebar with all of the knobs which we can play with. It is all passed to the constructor of this widget. We can use some checkboxes, some drop-downs, different inputs just to pass values to those constructors. We can also switch between different themes of the application, also in this double dimension. On the left side, we have a tree, a navigation between all of those components with some search. Also, Storybook is a place not only to play with those like visual components, but in this example, this is some template, and we can check if this also behaves correctly for different screen heights, stuff like that. And some other example, just a plain card, which we have a big amount of. We can also simply change the variant of some of the contents by playing with the drop-down, putting different tags. So Storybook enables us basically to preview all of those variations just simply by playing with the knobs. And also, we can also preview most complex components here just by simply playing with the knobs, which is really handy. This is the most complex widget inside the whole application. It is interacting with different gestures, scrolling really advanced under the hood. Okay, and that all was our adventure in creating the Credit Agricole application. Actually, there was much more than that, as you saw in one of the slides. But you can download our ebook for free, which tells much more about all of those stuff, and there's also some other bonuses. So, any questions?
Okay, so should we code? Oh, okay.
This QR code has been deactivated for some reason. Sorry.
We didn't know about that. But you can go to linkcode.co/ebook. Yeah, Albert will just probably show that. Yeah, you can just. Okay, so I can just answer some question.
Yeah, I have a question regarding your team setup. So you mentioned that you have had 10 or more squads with 25 developers. Were only your mobile developers part of those squads, or were there also like external stakeholders, like backend developers, designers, whatever? Were they also part of these squads, or how did your team setup look like?
Yeah, so it's a good question. These were Scrum teams that were related to some business domain, for example, authentication or accounts balance, and there were business experts, product owner, Scrum master, mobile devs, front-end devs, back-end devs, and also also testers like QA engineers, and in some squads also people that were integrating all the components in some banking infrastructure. So all there were, for example, 20 people in the squad or something like that. And from these 20 people, there were, for example, 2 mobile devs. So it was like this proportion.
Hi. So first, thank you for the new app. I was using the old one, and it was really crap. I have a question regarding UI regression. I was wondering how you would handle that, because golden test is a bit is not good enough, and I'm used to snapshot React Native, and I can't find anything as good as that so far with Flutter.
So you're asking what did we use, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so for regression testing, we actually relied on the testers. We didn't introduce golden testing at the beginning. We thought about introducing it like in the middle of the project, but there was simply like no gain in it, because we didn't have any visual regression thanks to this testers collaboration. But we are now thinking about it again.
But we used UI testing, like the banking team of automated testing. They use Appium, and we adjusted Appium Flutter driver for them. So they test regressions, but they are mostly logical regressions, not UI regressions. But also they had some situations when they detected UI regressions, for example, when they couldn't achieve some, clicking on some button or detecting something on the carousel. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the answer. But in other project that is being developed at Linkcode, our colleagues use golden tests, and they really are proud of that. I guess they are telling us that they really love it, and they are really like encouraging everyone to use them. Maybe it's for a while. I don't know. People, but I don't know. But maybe they will really use it for a longer time.
Awesome. Great idea. Thanks a lot. That was a great talk. Great job, guys.
Thanks.
Everybody.
Thank you.
We'll have a 2 minutes break. both of them.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so we'll be switching our mic like this. There's a little bit of a mic issue. So please let us know if you can't hear us or if it starts crackling. But yeah, this is going to be a talk about architecting success. So building a great open source SDK. We've been developing the Stream Chat SDK for 2-3 years now. So there's a lot that we've learned in the process of making the SDK. And this is not going to be a stream talk. It's going to be a talk about our experience using it. But we will be using some Stream SDK examples. So yeah, quick introduction. My name is Gordon, and this is Devin. We are developer advocates working at Stream, though we work very closely with the engineering team or the Flutter engineering team. Devin previously also was working solely on the Flutter SDK. So yeah, just a quick introduction from our side.
Hey everyone. So today's talk is going to be based on the Stream Chat Flutter SDK. So if you don't know much about Stream, we provide chat and feeds SDKs, which we have multiple variations of. So we support everything from Flutter to Android and iOS to even Unreal and Unity. So we have a lot of these SDKs, and today's talk is going to be based on our experience from almost 2020, like start of it, building out the chat SDK. And so today, let's just take a look at the topics.
So yeah, the topics that we'll cover, it's going to be starting with the evolution of the SDK. And the reason we're going into the evolution is because we're not perfect. We also made mistakes along the way, and those mistakes informed the decisions that we made later on. So it's important to have a little bit of a backstory, at least for us, when it comes to how we approached the developments of the SDK and how that informed the decisions that we made later. Briefly going to touch on how we work as a team and the tools that we use, and then everything that goes into an SDK. Us being privileged enough to be at Flutter Vikings, there are some heavy hitters in the Flutter community that are present at this conference. Most of those are working on open source SDKs. I'm sure some of you are working on open source SDKs. And I think something you can attest to is that it's a lot of work, especially if you're doing it in your free time, which a lot of people are doing. We're privileged enough to work on it full time as our day job, and it's still a lot of work doing it from 9 to 5. So kudos to everyone that is maintaining an open source project on their own. It's a lot of work. And yeah, we hope we can share some valuable tips and tricks and knowledge on managing an open source SDK.
Yeah. So first things first, we kind of need to know how to build a good SDK before we do all the kinds of marketing and everything else. So just a bit of background about me. Today I work on the developer advocacy team at Stream, but before that I was 1.5 years on the engineering team directly. So we very initially we had again an MVP, and then we iterated through a lot of versions of the SDK. We learned a lot of lessons along the way. So the engineering lessons are some that are very teachable moments, honestly. So can you just go to the next one? Okay. So these are a lot of people have contributed to our SDK as well. So these are just a few. So some work directly with us, some have worked open source, and it's been a great journey working with everybody who uses it, our customers, and everybody who wants to contribute to it. So yeah, just a quick shout out to the contributors. Okay, so first things first, it is really important to build an MVP. The MVP is like a litmus test as to is this going to be a viable SDK? So you're going to have you can't put in too many resources too quickly. Otherwise, you're going to just exhaust all the resources and maybe not even have something you can ship. So first of all, an MVP tests out the viability of the SDK. The UI, UX, and architecture will differ for every single thing you build, right? So the projects will not be same. Even if you build two similar projects, they will have some nuances that will need to be worked out. So the UI, UX, and architecture can be tested in this MVP, and you don't need to go to an extreme detail to actually test it out. It's obviously cost efficient, and it's at least for us, it's like you can get early feedback from users. Obviously, if you're at a very initial stage, you may not get as much, but as you go along, you will get more and more and more. And even today, if we launch a new product, that helps us now, because it enables us to, like, is this working for you? Is this not working for you? And we can reach out to our own customers and ask those questions. So, that's why an MVP is like a really important stage in the process of building an SDK. Okay, so we're calling this an SDK because we have many packages, and it was a journey, honestly, just to understand how do we actually structure this, because it was a very, very tricky proposition. You had massive customers who wanted fine granular control. They were like, we want this custom component to be like this, and we want this to be testable, that to be testable, because they have very high standards when coding something. Whereas then there's customers who let's say have they need to get things out quick. They don't really care about it in the nitty-gritty nuances of customizing stuff, but at the same time they need stuff out quick again. So you need something that's out of the box and that's very quick to use, and you can just ship out quickly. So now you have to make something that's viable for both of these customers. So now that's going to be and plus it's a spectrum, right? It's not just I want to ship it tomorrow, I want to ship it in a month or 6 months, whatever it is. You have to kind of make it so that everybody can use it. And this was kind of tricky for us, because you can't really do this very easily. So one is to keep your users in mind. So maybe maybe it's easy for you to focus on the users which are easy to focus on, or it's easy for you to kind of look ahead and see who's going to be using them. Second, separate responsibility to individual packages. You don't want too much stuff bundled in one package that people won't use. If there's many customers and there's versions that you're shipping out for, there's versions you're shipping out with changes that don't affect them, then suddenly you're going to have a case where people are just having to upgrade the package over and over again, and maybe if something breaks for another customer, it just won't really hold. And yeah, it's easier to add features and to take away. That's the third point. So okay, so here's how the main SDK is structured right now. In here, we have a total of 5 packages, and we started from one, right? Our MVP really started from the LLC. So the LLC was where we basically just exposed all the Dart, all our APIs and stuff in the Dart client. So that was more of, but again, that was the relatively easy operation, that just exposing our APIs. Now the question was, where do you go from here? So initially, just you need to build something that users can use and people can ship out quickly. So we built the Stream Chat Flutter SDK. When building that, what happened is it was easy to use, obviously, but sometimes again, what used to happen is people came back, what, we want a lot of the functionality that offers, and we don't have to do so many low-level things. At the same time, we want something that we can completely customize. So we want UI builders instead of pre-made UI components. So we then decided to launch the core one. Then obviously there was a complaint where, okay, we want offline support. So we had persistence. So initially it was all bundled up in the Stream Chat Flutter, but then we realized, what, let's separate this out so we can get you custom implementations of your offline data storage, and then obviously localization, so you can add translations, because chat translation is important, and that was kind of unavoidable. So this is how our SDK right now is structured, and it took some time, but at the same time, you kind of have to understand, right? So you have to understand the needs of users, and then what we think is we've achieved at least a middle ground between making it not too granular for users who want to use it immediately, but at the same time not just out of the box and not customizable at all.
So yeah, that leads in nicely to using a monorepo. So if you're not familiar, a monorepo is a software development strategy where code for many projects is stored in the same repository. So this has a lot of benefits. Essentially, it's all of your packages are in one repository. That obviously makes sense. The main benefit is that linking between packages become really easy. You don't need to depend on a different repository within your pub, for example. Version management becomes a lot easier. And it's also a way for people to easily discover your packages. So if you have packages that are related and similar, it's best practice to keep them in the same repository. someone visits the repository, they can see all of the packages that are related to your SDK. And it also obviously improves testability, and that's actually boils down to separating it into different packages. But it also means that when you write your test, you can write testing scripts that performs a test in a repo, and all of your tests can be easily grouped together. And you may be asking, how do you do this? Honestly, you can do it in whatever way you want. You can automate this yourself. At Stream, we use Melos. It's essentially a tool made by Invertase to simplify creating a monorepo for Flutter. Definitely recommend this as a tool that you can use. It's helped us a lot. It's still, I actually believe, in beta stages, but yeah, we've been using it for over a year now, and you can choose what you want to opt into. What is listed here, I copied from Melos's website. How we use it is maybe different to how you would use it. But yeah, it provides a lot of benefits. The main one being that you can automatically version and get a dependency from your linked packages. So it automates the boring stuff and simplifies your life. A very nice feature that Melos also has is the ability to easily execute predefined scripts. The code that is shown there is just showing you an example of running .analyze. It's just an arbitrary example that we're showing here, but it's similar to makefiles. So if you've ever used a makefile, you have your makefile in your main package root, and that has like a series of commands that you can easily execute and automate some tedious tasks. The benefit, though, of this is that it also simplifies testing, because later down the line, once you want to do CI/CD, it's not a matter of you making these scripts from scratch. It's a matter of you installing Melos through the pub store, and then you running the same commands that you would normally run locally. It's also a very nice way to onboard new members, and this is especially important if you are creating an open source package, because you want people to be contributing, and you want to make that process as simple as possible. You don't want someone to say, this is an awesome open source project, I'm going to contribute to this, and then the moment they try and install it, they hit a wall where it's like, okay, this version is not working for this whatever reason. Here you can go really deep, I guess, depending on what you're making. You can also use Docker, but at least for like simple Flutter apps, Melos is fantastic. It's a way someone can just go to the Melos file. They can see, oh, okay, this is what I need to do to get this project up and running. Maybe you're creating build files, like running build runner. So yeah, it definitely simplifies the whole process for your team. And this leads into automation, because when you can automate, definitely automate. There's a joke that says developers would rather spend 5 hours trying to automate, a task that would normally take 5 seconds. And maybe that's true, maybe not, but it's definitely worth it to automate everything that you can do. And a big benefit is to bring this automation into GitHub and to have this as integrated into your development cycle as possible. For us at Stream, these are just some examples of what we do. For example, enforcing a certain amount of test coverage on each pull request. So there will be an automated script on GitHub that will fail if test coverage is not a certain percentage, or if PR titles are not enforced, or if Dart code metrics is not up to standard. Something that's also nice is the package called Pana, which basically runs Dart code metrics for you, and it gives you an overview of what your Dart pub score would look like. So before you actually publish your package, you can see what your score would look like. It's not always perfect, but it normally gives really good results. And this is going to lead into the next topic of conversation, is sample applications. And for us, we also automate creating our sample app, or like every time a new we push to develop or master, we update our sample application automatically. And we'll be talking about sample apps a lot more.
So sample apps were really, really important for a lot of reasons. One is that you usually have an example app with your SDK. Now that example app sometimes is just like a hello world to the package. Sometimes it's much slightly more comprehensive. But the main understanding is that not everybody can run the app. Not everybody is going to go to a GitHub repository, fork it, or just use your SDK and do it. Ultimately, it has to reach the decision makers. So to show what the capabilities are of your SDK, you need to actually demonstrate, okay, all of the features in a nice, clean, concise way, and demonstrate everything in a nice app that they can download without having any code knowledge, so that you reach the decision makers of any company who would potentially use your SDK. So sample apps, for that reason, were important. We do also maintain an example app, but at the same time, it allows us to actually see if something goes wrong. We know because of sample app. So all features simultaneously can be tested. At the same time, a lot of other people can actually see the sample app and go, okay, look, Stream does support this. So there's a lot of utility to having a sample app. And yeah, I mean, like, you can find errors before they reach your customers as well, because if you break something, I mean, it should not go to that stage, but if you do, you will at least see all the features, you can test it, and at the same time, have that kind of just reassurance that your build you push on Friday will not really break. So just the next one. This is a demo of our sample app. And we have it so that it automatically, so every time, so we have a main branch called develop, and every time we push any commit to develop, we have a pipeline that runs and pushes a new example app, so it's a sample app. And yeah, that automatically tells us, okay, like, we can test it out very easily. And I think it's much better than like doing that manually and just having like, effectively just like a nightly build after every commit. Yeah, so
to continue on this, if you're building in the open, it's also a great opportunity for you to just have fun. For us, at least, it means that we can use our SDK in some unique ways and also provide some examples to customers. Because although it may be intuitive for you how to use your product or your SDK or your code, for that example, it may not be intuitive to everyone that's using your package. So whenever you can provide a detailed example that does something very specific, you should do that. And these are just some of the fun ones that we've done over the last year or so. The left one is showing you how to integrate Firebase authentication with our package with like custom UI. The middle one is Arrive animations. And the right one is something that Devin made, who loves Chase so much that he integrated Chase into our chat SDK as well. And this is like in real time. So it's a great time for you to also just have fun and experiment. And I definitely encourage you to do that, as it also shows you limitations of your package. Because if you're using it and you're struggling to do something kind of unique, kind of out of the box, then definitely the people using your SDK is going to be struggling. So yeah, take the opportunity to build cool things. In addition to this, one of the things that we've recently, a few months ago, started doing is tracking errors in our sample app. And you may think if you have like a full-on application, maybe a banking app or a very important app, you should be tracking errors. Should you be tracking errors in a sample application? That doesn't make sense. Well, if you're building an SDK, it definitely makes sense. You should be tracking errors in some way, as there may be some obscure things that's really hard to reproduce. We had a few clients have the issue that their WebSocket connection would randomly drop and users wouldn't be able to reconnect to their messages. And after the third request where we got this and us trying to reproduce this, it got to the point where it's like, well, we can't reproduce this. It's too obscure. There's the series of events that lead up to this. And this is where error tracking, and no matter what tool you use to do this, becomes really important. And it's also important for you to think about the SDK users. Do you make it easy for them to track errors in your SDK? Is it difficult for them? Is this something you should be thinking about from the start?
Okay, so the critical difference between building an SDK and building an app is that in an app, you can do one thing many ways, many bad ways, and the users will never really see that, right? That, like, it will be hidden until something goes horribly wrong. in an SDK, you can't really do that. Like all your code is obviously open source because the app has to use the package. But regardless of that, that may be an evaluation metric that customers potentially will use to judge, okay, should we use this SDK? Because everything is open. Your code quality is open. So if you're doing bad code and still works, it doesn't really matter because everybody's going to see that. If you have bad test coverage, it's gonna absolutely matter because everybody will see what it is. And it's the smallest things, right? How if they have difficulty filing an issue, that's a pain point for them. If if they're seeing PRs that are just like that look like a mess, that again could be a massive red flag to them. So because everything's out in the open, things will not be as simple, and you have to be very aware of how you present the SDK and the code, and the people who are maintaining it. So you will be under a microscope, not just in the sense that, okay, can we use it well, but also, yeah, how does it actually look, right? So the other thing, like I think Gordon was describing, is we recently made everything publicly visible. So we had, most companies really have an internal issue tracking board such as Jira or something like that. And what happens with that is you have these issues and you have them internally, but users have no real scope into what are you currently doing apart from maybe GitHub issues and stuff. Users have no insight into, okay, like why are they not replying because they're busy fixing this issue. So what we did was just we did a 180 and we said, okay, let's make everything publicly visible. So we had everything that we were doing as publicly visible things. This has potential issues in the sense that now everything, all the Jira tickets will be converted into issues, for example. And that could be concerning to some users because if they just come and see, okay, this has 200 issues, that's not really going to scan well, right? So that is a question that you should ask yourself. Do you want your issues to be publicly visible in a sense? So yeah.
So yeah, this boils down to how do you do project management. And yeah, we quite enjoyed this tweet. As a developer, what's your least favorite tool you have to use and why is it Jira? So yeah, just a little bit of a joke. I'm not going to bash on Jira too much, but part of the reason that we also wanted to switch is because, like David mentioned, we wanted all of our issues to be open source. If people look at our SDK, it should at least look like it's being actively worked on. And you also want to avoid duplicate requests. We had a lot of customers on Zendesk asking for features, which is in our feature pipeline that we wanted to implement at some stage, and then got their same request on GitHub. So this was also a reason that we finally decided to move everything from Jira to GitHub projects. So yeah, at the time, GitHub projects was just coming out of beta. So yeah, we also, our Android team started using GitHub projects in a pretty unique way where they were able to maintain private issues and public issues by creating a private repository and the public repository, and then creating the issues that had to remain private in the private repo, but then linking it to GitHub projects in the same way. So then those issues won't pop up for everyone that may be visiting GitHub that's looking at the project outline. However, there are some limitations. For all Jira's faults, it does have a lot of nice automation, and this automation is lacking on GitHub projects, which as a result required our team lead to do a lot of manual, button clicking, and at the end of each sprint, filling things in manually. So this eventually led to our lead engineer very excitedly in one meeting saying, "Guys, we're using ZenHub now." So at the time, that's the first time I actually ever heard of ZenHub. If it's the first time you're hearing about it, it's a very cool tool. You integrate your GitHub account and you can automatically use it as you would have used Jira, but it's kind of like GitHub projects in the sense that you get a nice Kanban, but it does a lot of automation out of the box for you. And the neatest thing about it is the fact that it has a browser extension, so you can automatically integrate into GitHub. As you can see, this is GitHub's page, and this is the ZenHub tab. So this is the best of both worlds for us at this stage and how we do our project management.
So submitting bug and feature requests is quite a big thing, because what happens is usually there's multiple facets to any project. So for example, Stream has a backend which handles all the message storage on every databases, all of that stuff, maybe dashboards. And on the front end, we have obviously our SDKs and stuff like that. So you have to kind of maintain a clear line of communication with users saying that, okay, if you have an issue, where should you submit it? And this can be, this does not necessarily have one answer, because often you may have, issues on GitHub. You may have, so for example, we have Zendesk, which we use to handle customers directly contacting us. We also handle GitHub issues. So it really depends on who's going to contact you, really. So if there's somebody on the engineering manager side, or if like there's somebody who doesn't code but knows the issue, they may not obviously use GitHub. So you have to maintain a clear channel, at the same time have clear responsibilities defined, so that if this is a GitHub issue, who should handle it. So letting these issues go on for a long time also signifies to new users that, okay, maybe if this issue is open for 3-4 months, maybe we should not pursue this SDK. So it becomes like a very critical thing to manage this thing well. And yeah, and issue templates really help a lot, because the thing is, you want the most information immediately and the most concise. So for example, you may need some exemplary reproduction. You may need just more details, a log, a stack trace, whatever it is. So having an issue template really would help, and just maintain those where possible. Now, this is more contentious. So the thing is, with testing, it's okay. There are people who will absolutely say, no, we need to have 100% testing. And there's people who say, wait, let's just do everything and then add testing at the end. This is kind of it's a difficult topic, because the thing is, no matter how much you would like to have 100% testing, you may not necessarily have the resources to actually do that immediately. And also there's some reasons not to do it immediately as well. So because testing is initially time consuming, but that's not really the point of it. So as an example, we were building that SDK, right? And let's say we have the base low-level client and the .api endpoints. That's very easy to test, and that will not likely change much. But at the same time, let's say we build an MVP of UI components. That will change a lot. And if you spend time writing tests for components that will change a lot, suddenly it doesn't make, you're wasting those resources. And plus then that your new features, your new additions, and maybe your further tests get delayed again. So there's a good balance to maintain. If you have stuff that's going to change a lot, you have to be pragmatic about it. But at the same time, if you have stuff that's more concrete, well-defined, definitely write tests for that. So at the same time, once the tumultuous kind of period is over, definitely do write tests, because it helps a lot. If you have a high coverage of testing, suddenly larger companies are very much open to using an SDK, because again, they don't want something that has a low test coverage. And at the same time, if you push something that is, if you push something bad, then you will know immediately. So you avoid any breaking changes as well. So that's kind of a, that gives you an overview. Again, fine line to walk, but at the same time, advantages to both sides, but mostly have tests. So semantic versioning is something that we really recommend doing, because the thing is, a lot of times people will not necessarily have time to read your documentation or read all the blog posts you're doing. So you might take care of a lot of stuff. Let's say you're pushing out a breaking change, next week, and you're doing a whole blog post migration. You're doing a whole, the whole shebang is there. But at the same time, people will not have time to actually read it. So what you need is a predictable way that, okay, if I change to this, is there potential for there to be a breaking change? So semantic versioning avoids any kind of surprises, and people will at least understand that, okay, if they upgrade a major version, then potentially there may be a breaking change. But otherwise, if it's not, then they know that, okay, we're okay with the SDK being as it is. So it becomes like a nice predictable way of upgrading an SDK, and it will just help your customer. It will make the lives of your customers much better in a sense.
Which leads us into performance is critical. So you may have heard this, Flutter is fast by default, and you should only care about performance until it's an issue. And I fully agree with that statement, but it's something to consider if you don't want to introduce breaking changes. It may be that your performance is bad, and you may need to introduce a breaking change just to fix an issue you had with your SDK or your architecture or your state management or whatever else it may be. So it is important to think about performance, at least to the sense that you should be aware of it by following best practices. And this can also be part of your testing cycle. Instead of just performing regular tests, you can perform performance tests as well, or at the very least perform regular reviews and some automated assessments. At last year's Viking, I did a whole talk on performance. So if you're interested in that, you can check that one out. One thing I want to mention in this particular talk is a note on Flutter list views. For a Flutter chat application, having a list view is obviously important. Everything is a list view. And for most SDKs, this is a notoriously difficult topic to get right, as it's quite expensive rendering a list view. Our React and React Native teams have done extensive work trying to optimize their lists as well. So this isn't a Flutter issue, it's a cross-platform issue and something that Android and iOS has solved years ago. Flutter does a very good job. There's a very good blog post on the Flutter docs discussing how they do list views and how it's integrated into like Flutter natively with the way that Flutter does rendering. However, there are two little snags. The one for us is having a reverse list. So typically in a chat application, you would list messages from bottom to top, normal list views from top to bottom. And a normal list view going from top to bottom, new items are added to the bottom. If you reverse a list in Flutter, it goes from bottom to top, but new items are added to the top. But for messaging, you want it to be added to the bottom of the list. The problem is that the moment you do that, Flutter will actually recreate all of the render objects in that list view. So you'll be performing, well, Flutter is fast because it's recreating widgets a lot, but it's reusing render objects. But the moment you change the order of a list view, it's recreating all those render objects, which is obviously an issue from performance, but it's also a state issue because now you are losing that state. So as an example, if there was like an image, that image may be reloading, or whatever state is in that message, it may be reloading. So luckily, this is easily solvable. Flutter provides find child index callback. Essentially, all you need to do is give it the new index for the item in the list. We made a video on our YouTube channel on that if you are interested in watching that. But the next problem for us was that we needed the ability to search for a message and then jump to that message in a list. And this is a complex thing to do as well, because in Flutter, there's no way of knowing where the item in a list is. You can only jump to a particular offset. So if you want to know where to jump in a list or to a particular item, you need to calculate the offset of that item in the list. And for us, there's no way of knowing how long a message may be. You don't know what attachments will be sent, and you also don't know what custom attachments might be sent. For example, Devin sending a chessboard. So yeah, we ended up using the package called scrollable positioned list, and it solved the it solved the jump to item issue, but it didn't solve the reverse list, which ended up with us forking the package and maintaining our own version of it, just so that we can actually have both of these, so that we can reuse render objects, but also jump to items in a list. So yeah, we are currently invested in this, and we're exploring some other options as well. A mistake we made with our list view. One of our clients sent us this screenshot saying that if they have a lot of images in their app, they're noticing it's using over 1.5 gigabytes. So we're like, oh, there's a problem. This shouldn't happen. And a small API change on our side resulted in us not using the optimized images or like resized images. So this was rendering like a 2 megabyte image instead of the 20 kilobyte version, for example. It wasn't rendering the thumbnail. So this was a small API error, a small API change that resulted in a front-end performance issue. And we could have resolved this with an automated test that also, reviewed memory usage. So yeah, something to consider about. If you are using images in your list, or if you're using images in your Flutter app, there's a neat little tool you can use, highlight oversized images. It's in the DevTools. It's this little button on the left there. If you click that, it highlights all the images that are too big or rendered in the incorrect size on your app. So shows you where you can use smaller images.
So this was one of the most obvious things that we wanted to do initially, like support all the platforms. And it has not been a very easy journey because we have to start early on and then kind of see if we can integrate all features of chat, video, images, everything into Flutter. But yeah, I mean, it's been going pretty well now. You can support all the platforms, and that's the more platforms you support, that's going to be a much greater thing for anybody who is potentially considering you. Obviously, because they don't have to make other versions or maybe even use other versions of your own SDK for Android, iOS, or whatever. So if you can support all of the platforms, suddenly they can use Flutter and they don't have to look anywhere else. So that's a really good thing when building this out. Another advantage in Flutter is that we have federated plugins. And with that, you can have an interface. You can have these, localized, these local plugins, and they can essentially support each platform. And that's a really good advantage because, obviously, you can just defer responsibility to each kind of plugin for each platform. So that's something to consider when building out your own SDK as well. Yeah. So this was the desktop and web beta that we had, and this also took us a lot of stuff to build out. Video, for example, a lot of stuff like it just did not work plain and simple on web and desktop. So we had to actually work on it a lot. But after a lot of effort, we had web and desktop beta out. And yeah, it's like, especially video was a bit of a concern, a lot of stuff, but I think more recently it's been coming on to more stability in a sense.
Yeah, to add to that, it's great that Flutter supports all the different platforms, but it adds some overhead to you as a maintainer, because the moment a new platform is supported, it may be easy. It may be, you add that extra build folder and everything works, or it may be difficult where you run into issues with certain packages that aren't supported, or maybe you need to build your own federated package that uses multiple packages together. We ended up doing a bit of both. For us to support video, as Devin mentioned, we had to use different packages. So we have conditional imports. So it's technically easily solvable, but yeah, something to consider. It's definitely been a fun experience building for web and desktop as well. It's a different design perspective you need to think about, and this has been an interesting journey for us. So yeah, if you haven't experienced it with desktop and web yet, definitely recommend it. So yeah, moving on, that was the engineering part. We're going to quickly talk about the developer experience and customer support. And yeah, this is a very nice overview of what developer experience is, a holistic experience offered to developers throughout the lifecycle they interact with your product or service. And the moment someone uses your SDK or your product for the first time, that's when the developer experience starts. And it's important to think about that whole process from start to finish. As Flutter developers, we are probably all using Flutter because the developer experience is so good. You can even say that Flutter is fun to use. So that's something that you should be thinking of from the start, is what that experience looks like. Because there is a cost to having a bad developer experience. That cost may be monetary, because developers are expensive, and each hour you waste for someone to debug is an hour of money lost. But it can also be internally bad. So it can be bad for your internal developers, so the people that are making the app. If it's not a pleasurable experience to work on it, that's also a form of bad developer experience, because it is internal and it is also external. And yeah, at the end, the people using your SDK may become frustrated.
So the tutorial page is one of the main pages to get right, because that's going to be often the first experience for your users when they come to your platform. And you have to kind of maintain a balance between, okay, showing that like how easy your SDK is, at the same time giving them a glimpse of new features as well, so that they know there's more to look at, and at the same time have a third thing where they have further recommended reading, or if they want to know anything further, they have all the information right there. So having a good onboarding, having great tutorials will probably make the most difference in terms of content than anything else will. Yeah, and documentation and guides, obviously, alongside the tutorials, once they get to know the SDK, if they want to see if something is possible, if they want to see how to do something, you have to make really easy, understandable content, at the same time providing all the information they need about, for example, localization. But basically, the critical thing is making them know, okay, this thing, whatever you're trying to do, is possible in this SDK, and that is what you have to kind of show them through documentation and guides. And having documentation is a really important part of development experience, and you have to kind of get it right as well.
Yeah, and you also need to meet people on different platforms. People prefer to learn in different ways. They prefer to experience things in different ways. So one example that we've recently started doing is also making code tutorials and showing how to use our SDK. And yeah, that's something you can also consider.
So when using the SDK as well, make sure you have very detailed error messages, in the sense that you can have multiple tiers of them. As much you need to show them the problem is. Basically, if they can solve it before you do, that's basically a plus for you. So we have, for example, a log level, and you can change it to from info to absolute severe, where it displays absolutely everything.
Yeah, we're going to go a bit faster through the slides, but SDK abstractions, that's what Devin mentioned with creating different packages. At Stream, that also means for us supporting different SDKs, Android, iOS, Flutter, and you need to meet your developers, at their level of abstraction. Some people might prefer to use a UI package, others may prefer to integrate directly with the API. And even though you built that really awesome UI experience, or whatever that may be, you may also need to build an awesome API experience, because people are using your products in different ways. And something that's you can do as well is interactive integrations. So Dartpad and Zap, if you've not heard about Zap, you can chat to Invertase outside. These are great examples of you creating interactive content for people to learn and experience your software or SDK. So instead of someone installing it and debugging it and running Melos, you can just maybe integrate it in a web app, and they can integrate it. That's something we haven't done at this stage, as we are just getting to web support now, but it's something to consider along the road.
So having good UI and dashboards apart from the SDK as well. So having a proper dashboard, having capability to do stuff outside the SDK without code, so that makes it easier. That makes a lot of lives easier by just changing a few things, adding actions, doing token management, logs, whatever. So that makes you don't need to answer as many things. If there's some simple query, that can be directly solved through the dashboard itself. So having great dashboard and some UI without any code interaction is very important, if possible. Any developer tools that go along with that are also very critical, because if you have a CLI, edit integration, no code, low code, no code or low code platforms also help a lot. But at the same time, any of these tools which can do some things which may be a one-off, which those could be really important to a lot of people.
Yeah, and like Devin mentioned about similar migration deprecation, this is something you want to do correctly, and ideally you want to avoid it, because as you can see, if you want to do it correctly, it's a lot of work. These are just some examples that we do when we release a new version, and documentation is difficult, and updating documentation is, in my opinion, even more difficult than writing the SDK. So yeah, if you can avoid migration and deprecations, try to. But if you do it correctly. So yeah, feel free to read this later.
Yeah, and this is just a continuation to customer support where we have like, all these channels of supporting users, but at the same time, you have to talk to them. You have to understand what their troubles are, because if you don't understand, you may be like, you'll be in your own echo chamber, and that will lead a lot of issues to not be solved. So you have to know what the pulse is around the product, and that helps a lot when solving any issues that come up.
And part of that journey means that you need to identify the frequently asked questions. This is a very important step not to miss out on. If more than one person is asking the same thing, that means you have an experience issue, or you need to update your documentation. And you can also do it in multiple different ways. You can create content, like, for example, frequently asked questions, guides, videos. And here's an example. This is a question that we received a lot on our SDK. And it was really, really nice that our lead engineer was just like, yeah, we recently wrote a blog post about that, and redirect the person. We also asked and answered the question ourselves on Stack Overflow. So definitely make use of SEO to your benefit. Let people discover the issues on GitHub or Stack Overflow without you actually having to manage that customer support yourself.
And it's like really important to use your own SDK yourself as well. Like use it on projects, use it internally, because it helps you understand like, what yourself, what is something you can improve, or what is something that is going wrong. So for example, we have a water cooler app that we use internally as well. And that helps us understand like that we build all SDKs and just understand, okay, this is something that we can improve. This is something that's going wrong. And if you use your own SDK, you will kind of know what the line is and where you really want improvements, because otherwise it just becomes like you write the tutorials, you write the example side, but it doesn't really translate into a real world experience.
And yeah, as open source developers means that we need to stay up to date with the latest developments in Flutter, which may be awesome, but it may also mean that it's more work for you. Example for us is the new theme extensions that Flutter has. This is a great opportunity for us to improve the theming that we do at Stream for our chat components. And this is something you should always consider, is how can you use the improvements in Flutter in your SDK as well. And yeah, this is an example of Widgetbook. I see the Widgetbook team is there. This is something that we've experimented as well, like playing around locally. There's always ways you can improve the experience for end users. If you're not familiar with Widgetbook, it's Storybook, but for Flutter. And yeah, we've had a lot of fun using it. And yeah, just a quick example. I'm going to quickly run through the advocacy side of things. Most of you are developers, so you might not care about marketing. But I do want to say it's very important, because if you're not doing that section correctly, then people won't be using your product. And it's maybe not something you like to think about, but it's also important from the perspective of validating that people might actually want to use it. And yeah, it's essentially that question is, if you build it, will they come? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on like the competition that you have as well. So here's an example. If you search build a chat app in Flutter, what will pop up? If you don't create content around it, your SDK or your whatever you're building is not going to pop up. And yeah.
And in types of content, there's many types, like long form and short form, and make sure like, you have some long form content, evergreen content, as you call it, because some of these articles you can write, you can spend some time on, and they will bring users to your SDK for a long time coming, right? So these are two examples that we've done. I wrote like a definitive painting guide for custom paint and stuff, and we also do like, and that is also an example of us doing completely Flutter content, not related to SDK, but at the same time it drives a lot of views to the website itself. And yeah, like having evergreen content really helps, because in the long term that is going to give you returns without you even really putting effort in anymore.
And then yeah, the alternative to that is short form content. These are just some examples. I think most of us probably live on Twitter, but yeah, you can also start dancing on TikTok and making content around your SDK like that. And yeah, this Devon will tell about this.
yeah, we want to do like an inception thing, but yeah, it was so like that brings to like talks and events, and like before YouTube took over, this was like, you know, the main thing. You can go out and like talk directly to developers. There's no micro targeting because people will come to you instead. So, you know, you have people directly in front of you who actually love what you do, and yeah, like talking to them, having talks and events gives you like some of the best exposure that you can actually have.
And yeah, you guys can please come chat to us. Also, if you think our SDK isn't good, please tell us, because that's part of the developer experience and that's ways for us to improve it. And this is the best chance for us to talk face-to-face to people. Then yeah, co-marketing and collaborations. It's always going to be a great opportunity for you to collaborate with peers. And if you're a company, it may even be that you're collaborating with other companies. And yeah, I'm not going to go into examples of what we've done, but definitely reach out to people or SDKs or services and think of unique ways that you can collaborate together. Maybe show how your two SDKs or your two tools can work together, and you can reach a common ground to do a bit of marketing together.
And we do love open source projects. So these are some of the repositories we do sponsor, and also there's actually a lot more. This was more of a general collection, but in Flutter you may see our name a lot on pub.dev. There's more like this Flutter cached image and a bunch of things. But like, you know, sponsoring them gives you great things as well. It drives a lot of people to your content as well. But main thing is you also support open source. You also give back to the community that's given you so much. So yeah, that's one of the things we love doing and will continue to do for some time.
So yeah, that's a thank you from us. And sorry for going a bit over time. If you have any questions, if we do have time, yeah, feel free to answer, or please reach out to us after this talk. And we also have some swag. So if you want some free bottle openers for tonight, come get it from myself or Devin.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That was a really great presentation. We just have a couple of minutes more before the break, so just a quick look if anybody has a question to our speakers. There's one. Cool. I'm going to continue. Just a second.
Hello, Detector was great. Just for two questions. Was really small. Was lacking actually with GitHub projects? That one. And two, what about your own developer experience? How do you keep motivated to your team to keep working in this project?
Can you ask the first question again? improving. And 2 years later, the YouTube channel is producing awesome content, and Flutter is still improving. So yeah, I think that's my answer.
Awesome. I think that will conclude the presentation. Thank you very much. That was an amazing talk. And we see each other in half an hour. Have a break.
Hello. Yeah, it's a nice idea to turn on things before using. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're going to talk about scrolling for 1 hour, so congratulations for picking this talk. Yeah, you'll see lots of those. I just learned how to use Keynote, so flashing stuff, you'll see a lot. But anyway, I'm going to talk today about scrolling, but first things first, my name is Renan Araújo. I am coming from Portugal, even though I was fabricated in Brazil. And I work in a lot of OSS stuff. For free, I work at Bluefire. Woohoo! Hello. 2 friends from Bluefire here. And we are a collective that maintains some Flutter packages, like Flame Engine and audio players, PhotoView, and some others. And I also work as an open source engineer at Very Good Ventures. So we have a booth right here in this room. And definitely come by and get some stickers. There's a holographic sticker. It's awesome. It's dope. You should get it. And yeah, that's my Twitter, my stuff, some packages I created / maintained and / did at least one thing for them. They didn't fit, of course. They slide, but problem is slides don't scroll, unfortunately. Anyway, this is not that important. You really need to know 2 things about me. One is, I am this meme. I mean, this meme is literally me. There, like me is me. And I love user interfaces, right? They are awesome. And for sure, in a Flutter event, I'm not alone. It's like, I really like all the facets of making something coming from Figma or Photoshop and make it interactive for the user. There's a lot of facets in this discipline of development. And one that really catches my eyes and I really like it is scrolling. Like, may sound like mundane, but there's a lot going on when we talk about scrolling, and it's actually very important. Scrolling is like, in most cases, is the primary gesture that the user will use to interact with your application. And how smooth that is can define if your app is awesome or it's total crap. So yeah, one thing I wanted to highlight about the importance of scrolling is in 2007, when Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone, right after unlocking it, the first thing he did was, after opening the contact list, is to scroll. He just scrolled it, and everybody went bonkers with it, because it's really important, and it was really revolutionized with the introduction of touchscreen. And it was also revolutionized when it was introduced in the web back in the Netscape time. I don't talk with property about this because I was kind of burning at that time, but it's something that's really, really catches my eyes. And one thing that may not catch lots of attention is there's a lot going on when the user is scrolling. It's a lot going on in the machine. Machine has to calculate lots of stuff, has to interpret gesture inputs, has to deal with constant changes in layout, and scrolling things like scrolling physics. And all of that are built to improve the experience of scrolling in several platforms, Flutter included. So we take things as granted. But why we, as developers, take things as granted when it's come down to scrolling? It's because they kind of are, you know, especially when in declarative UIs, APIs, you can just declare lots of stuff, put one thing below the other, and booyah, you have scrolling. So, for example, Flutter, this view puts one thing on top of the other, we have scrolling. Yeah, any questions? I guess that's it. Nope. No. Just kidding. There are lots of stuff to talk about. So one thing that I really like about Flutter is it is simple if you need to use the simple. But if you need to use the complex stuff, it's all open and really well documented and really well tested for us to use. Things like daisy levers, lazy loading, scroll activity. I'm going to talk about most of those, except the 2 ones below, because I don't have 2 hours here. But anyway, I'm going to describe how to use some of these APIs. And but why? Why do we need the complex stuff? I mean, most of us never needed it. Most of you will never need it. You'll never choose those things. But if you ever do, you will be glad to be watching this talk, because I kind of need to use it, some of them, and was a tough process to at least find out what I need to use it, when to use it, and pick my weapons to fight the right battles. So yeah, I'm gonna talk about those things in the backdrop of a history. It's like, I call this history, I like big tables and I cannot lie. This was supposed to be the title of this talk, but I bet call for papers wouldn't be accepted if I sent this. So anyway, this is just this part when I tell a story. The story happened last year in a project in the previous company I worked for, and the project was a spreadsheet app. If you ever tried to develop a spreadsheet, it's hell. It's like one of the most complex types of user interfaces. All these facets of UI development, gestures and stuff, it's all hell. Gestures is hell, selections is hell, in scrolling, whew, that's why I'm here today. So since we decided to use Flutter Desktop, we set the bar really high. We wanted to have most frames per second as possible in any resolution. And it's exclusively desktop. We're not even considering mobile at that time. And yeah, problem is when you are supporting desktop, you really don't control, at least if you set up like very strict constraints, you don't control if the user will just put your app on full screen and expect everything to run awesome on a 4K monitor, for example. So this was our gist of the challenge. And spoiler alert, we got it. It's running. Here's a demonstration. It's scrolling, 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 scrolling. And it's like magic. If you run this yourself on your computer and scroll, it's really beautiful and doesn't. And I think that is Flutter. It's something that is. I think I was really proud. I'm working on something that supports this kind of stuff. So yeah, so these are our 4 parts that we're going to talk about today. The challenges for each challenge, an API. Multiple tables per page. So we have independent tables, each one with its one context, but the vertical scrolling axis shared between them. And each one has a horizontal scroll. So we have a scroll in 2 axes, but the horizontal scroll is independent from each other. And we also have billions of data units, especially on spreadsheets. You can have lots of data units. In the case of rows, it was 2 million cells. And continuous scroll during selection. This is a very specific challenge that the solution was quite fun, so I wanted to include here. So let's go. And I think the cornerstone of when talking about scrolling on Flutter is this concept of, slivers. It's something that's scary to learn. It's even more scary than when you know and you need to explain to someone. I guess one thing that may be in the way of newbies to learn about slivers is another context that's not well talked about. I think that has been changed, but it is the render object concept. So I'm gonna try to explain, like really on the surface, what is render objects, so we can talk about slivers. Okay, so we have here representation of a widget tree. And one thing about widgets is they are actually nothing. They are a recipe of how the framework will create layout. So when you are writing a build method, or anyway, declaring your UI, you're actually telling the framework what to do and how to compose. And the framework will actually put those concepts, these instructions, and convert into entities, render objects, that actually compose the layout. So, for example, in this tree specifically, we have these render objects. We have 3 examples of different render objects. Render paragraph, render image, those are render objects that paint stuff on the screen. So they are actually the things that paint the text or the image on the canvas. Render flex is an example of a layout render object. that the row, it's a row. The row actually doesn't paint anything themselves. They organize their children. So this is a layout kind of widget, and there is also the listener that also doesn't paint anything, doesn't mess with layout, but they deal with kind of gestures or mouse events. There's also, in this category of render object, we have gesture detectors and what's the other one? Mouse region, and some others. So, all right, so we have two of the Flutter trees represented here. And one way to understand how this works is that we have kind of a communication between levels in this render object tree. In this case, we have constraints go down, size go up, and parent sets position. This is a very famous statement around Flutter. It's actually on the mug. So it's the description of how how Flutter manages communication between levels. So, for example, the row, render flex. It doesn't do anything, but they decide where of its children will be positioned. And it uses lots of information, but one information that it takes from the parent is the constraint. In this case, constraints is an object that describes what's the range of sizes in which each widget will assume. So a column, you know that it can assume at most this size or at least this size, and then it will split the available space into each children, but each children can assume different size. So children tells the parent, in this case the row, what's the size of each one, and then the row can take decisions. So if you need to take decisions, you need some kind of information. And in this case, in a particular level, a widget has two types of information: sizes from children, if any, or constraints from parent. So let's focus on constraints. This is very important to start to decide the mode of layout. And when you have communication between entities, and as in everything in computer science, you have a protocol. In this case, the protocol is the box protocol. So everything I described here, and that gist is describing the box protocol of widgets, right? So Sliver is a different protocol, essentially. It's something else that was made for layouts that are dynamic. And two specific elements of this protocol that you need to know is the viewport. It's actually the thing that will control what's going to be scrolled, and the slivers. So let's make a little demonstration here. We have three slivers, one on top of the other, and the viewport, which is this dashed rectangle, right? So here things are a little bit different. Constraints are not box constraints, they are sliver constraints. They are a little bit, carry information that are specific for a scrollable context. And the slivers don't set sizes, they set the geometry that has some more informations. I'm not going to go deep into that, rather than only size, but enough to describe the behavior of each part of a scrollable thing. So what happens is each sliver has enough information to take some decisions, like where is the viewport, or if this sliver is in the viewport or not. And given this kind of information, it can take some decisions that what's inside of this context. So it's like box, but different, just like box, but different. So yeah, this is basically how it happens. A sliver knows the state of the entire scrolling context, basically. Okay, so the kind of information that, this is just some, I didn't include everything because some stuff needs some more context, like cache. But the kind of information that each sliver can answer is which direction the user is scrolling to. One thing important, the user can be scrolling up and down, left and right, so your layout should be at least able to react to this kind of changes, and how many pixels all these slivers before this sliver specifically occupy. Is this sliver in the viewport? I guess this is the most important one, and also where in the viewport my sliver is starting or perhaps ending, if the user is starting to scroll past of it. So yeah, this is a basic description of slivers, and this is a way to use it. So instead of setting explicitly a list view or a grid view, just set a custom scroll view, and you specify sliver widgets right inside of it. So we have our first challenge, our first API, and they work together. So slivers, they are a really nice way to tackle the challenge of having multiple tables per page. So we have it. One scale, that was not too hard, right? So I entered more on the theoretical part of slivers, but yes, again, since I don't have the entire day, let's go to the next one. Oh, this one it's quite easy. I mean, I literally have one slide for that. Is each sliver, right, will contain a horizontal scroll view. And that's it. That worked pretty fine out of the box. I actually did to tackle some stuff regarding trackpads to solve the problem to gather diagonal scroll. So it's just a way to combine information from gestures on scrolling horizontally and vertically. But that was a very fast and intuitive change. But anyway, what's happening in this code is, so this represents each sliver in that previous code. I guess I have a more general view here. I have the custom scroll view, and in each part, I use a special sliver that allows me to use box widgets in a sliver context. So this is a ironic part, right? Sliver is all about scrolling, but all scroll views, they are box widgets themselves. The viewport is a box widget, but the children right below them are slivers. And in this case, this allows me to put a scroll view there in the sliver context, and inside of it, I have a horizontal scroll view with the sliver that's actually the content of the table. So yeah, that was pretty fast, right? But now the things. Now it is fun. 2 million cells. It's like we even had to be careful in loading all of this data to memory, let alone painting everything on the screen at the same time. That was like unthinkable. We need to do something that's called lazy loading. So yeah, again, this is just a demonstration of how things can change and how many data we can have on a table, on several tables, that we need lazy loading. So lazy loading is just an idea that you only put widgets in the screen that are in the viewport. So we need to know where the viewport is. So Flutter has some built-in widgets that uses this, like List View Builder, Grid View Builder, for example. Yeah, it's also possible to do this with slivers. So this is a sliver list. It's all built in this. And then you can pass sliver build delegate, and then inside of each, we have a callback that's called for each item in that sliver. So when the user scrolls, a new item enters the screen, we build a new widget. So how this kind of works? You remember constraints, sliver constraints. So the sliver list has this content, this context, and it can take some decisions. And in this case, the decision is to decide which widgets to build and which widgets to dispose at a given time. That's it. So this was kind of a hint for us. Grid view and sliver list and sliver grids, they were kind of a hint of how to fix this problem. But I mean, we are in a different scenario here because we have 2 levels of scroll in 2 directions. We have to lazy load in 2 directions. Lazy loading in one direction is not an option because, for example, could have 400 columns. If all of them have content and I lazy loaded only vertically, it wouldn't, we wouldn't get at least, we wouldn't get even 1 frame per second. So we would be measuring actually seconds per frame. But anyway, how we managed to do this? Well, if you are kind of advanced already on Flutter and you need the constraints, the box constraints in the widget level, in the widget context, you need to use a special type of widget that's called layout builder. So now someone just build a layout and gives the actual constraints for that widget. On Flutter, on Slivers, we have the sliver layout builder. It's like really fun. It's like just prefix sliver or anything that's box and you have a sliver version. So we have a sliver layout builder that gives you access to the sliver constraints, and then you can take the decision. So what we did is, we have a horizontal scroll and a vertical scroll. So what I'm going to change is to put a sliver layout builder right in the vertical context, and boom, we have the vertical sliver constraints right there. And then the next part is do the same thing, the horizontal axis. So we have horizontal constraints, horizontal scroll constraints also. So inside of that context, we have enough information to say, for example, when and which column and which row the viewport starts and which column and which row the viewport ends. So this is a demonstration. The viewport moves, and we dynamically load and dispose cells. And yeah, this flexibility that Flutter gives and this API is what's behind this. The grid running in 30 frames per second, not 60, but 30 frames per second in 4K screens, and each cell is a widget. And we have a widget that there is an example in the middle one that is just a chart, a full-fledged chart. So it was really awesome to see this. It's like magic. And when you see this running, it's like something else. Anyway, billions of data units are tackled with the help of constraints. So far, multiple tables per page, slivers, scroll in 2 axes, scroll a sliver to box adapter, and millions of data units is sliver layout builder. That's the secret sauce. But this one, I really like this one. This one uses a different API. It's called scroll activity, and it's not very well known outside of the Flutter repository. I've never seen anyone use outside of it, but it was quite great. So this is a demonstration of the problem. I'm going to describe, and then you can see. The user can select cells, but if the user wants to select cells that are beyond the viewport, when reaching the border of the viewport, it has to scroll to allow the user to select as much cells they want. But if the user goes to the, I think I should have played this a long time ago. So if the user goes to really close to the border, it gets faster. If it gets a little bit further from the border, it gets slower. So how to do this? How can we manage to do this? Because if you have a really big table, really long table, and the user keeps the scroll, the cursor, in a position that it triggers a scroll, while the cursor is in that position, the velocity of the scroll has to be the same and constant and happening. So we figured kind of a formula to tackle that. So if the user, there's a threshold for distance to not scroll all the time, but if it gets on a certain amount of pixels to the viewport, to the edge of the viewport, it will start scrolling. And if it gets closer and closer and closer, we increase the velocity. So the API that we decided to use for this is scroll activities. So it's basically a way, scroll activities is a way to describe through a scrollable the current state of the result of a gesture in a scrollable. So if the gesture starts, when the gesture starts, or while the user is dragging, I guess I have a video for this, yes. while the user is dragging, we are in a scroll activity. If the user releases the finger from the screen, keeps scrolling, we are in a different scroll activity. And when it's doing nothing, we are on an idle scroll activity. So all the time, a scrollable is on a scroll activity. And for this case specifically, since it's kind of a gesture of the user that reaching the border of the viewport is kind of a gesture, so we decided to use this API. And one thing about activities is while it is active, the scrollable is being updated as your activity require. So we used a game loop for this. Actually, the first version for this, we went to Flame and borrowed some code from the game loop, but in the end, we end up using just the ticker from Flutter. That's actually the thing that's behind animations and actually Flame. It's a game loop that keeps constantly calling. So the idea is, this is a little bit of code. Oh, it's dark here, sorry. I should have used a different color. But anyway, I'm going to try to describe it. It is something that extends scroll activity, obviously, and it actually has a ticker inside of it, and it interprets from the user gesture. If interprets from the user gesture the distance from the viewport, and then we have a velocity. And while this is happening, the ticker is there, ticking and ticking. It updates, calculates actually the delta distance since the last tick, and it updates 6 times per second the scroll activity, the scrollable. So while this scroll activity is active, we have this happening. And we remove the scroll activity. So this is an example of how to start a scroll activity. You access the scroll controller, then you have an object that's a position. Scroll position is really powerful and contains lots of stuff. Between them, we have the management of activities. So you say begin activity, and your activity assumes control of that scrollable in an ephemeral character. So this is basically how we did it. So when the user gets, we start the scroll activity, starts updating constantly, and if the user removes from the threshold, the scroll activity is removed, goes to an idle state, essentially. So yeah, people should talk more about scroll activities. They are really powerful. Yeah, last challenge. Whew. How we are on time, by the way? How many time? You have time. Time, okay, nice. Okay, spreadsheet, boring, right? Really. Actually, we had a happy ending. This slide showing the thing. I really like to show this off. Anyway, it was really, really well received by the community. Actually, the Flutter team. Oh, Philip. Hello, Philip. You are not there, but anyway.
He's not receiving it.
Yeah. The Flutter community, the Flutter team really liked this. They featured on the Windows release thing. Awesome. Everything's happy, right? Happy ending. I lie. No, the company is going under, so they halted the project developments. So yeah, it's kind of dead right now. That sucks. But everything's open source. Everything I described to you is open source, and anyone can use it. There is no example app, but I'm personally building one, and actually I already forked this. So let's see what's going to happen. I really hope to finish the guide on using it that I'm writing. And it's really awesome that it's open source, because everything I described here can be used, or you can look into the source code and learn a little bit from it. Anyway, actually the name of the package I chose from the best move ever. Anyway, so let's do a retrospective. We learned about slivers, sliver to box adapter, sliver child builder delegate. That's like the lazy loading thing. Sliver layout to builder and scroll activity. But there is some stuff to happen. The Flutter team is actually working in a 2-dimensional scroll engine mechanism behavior or anything. So they are actually going to build a lazy table. So it's basically this, but built into the framework. And the interactive viewer will become scrollable. So I will track those issues if you are interested in the theme. And OK, this is the good part. This is the Umbra time. I set up to do something that was never done before on Flutter, is to combine the power of scroll. This is actually a brand new API, something totally new that's there since alpha and nobody talks about is notifications. And also with something that's really new, that's shaders. So, oops, I should switch here. Awesome. You can actually see code at this time. It's some nice colors. Anyway, what we have here, we have an app. It's really a really basic app that says Ozo Photos, and then there's Ozo Photos, literally. So this is nothing special. An app, material app, that contains a list view builder. So it's a lazy loading. And every 5 times it shows this title, Ozo Photos. But in the other times it shows this widget that's just 6 for random Ozo Photos from Unsplash. So yeah, loads. Nice, right? What if I scroll faster? Whoa, what's happening here? Motion blur. So what's special? Scroll notifications is actually notifications is a very underrated API. It's something built into Flutter that enables your widget to talk to widgets up in the tree. So it's like reverse provider. It's a children talking to the ancestors, and you can send information to whoever is listening up the tree. And one widget that actually does this is Viewport, scrollable, scroll view. It's all the time it pops information every time the user is scrolling. This is actually the thing that the scroll bar uses to update. So if you put a scroll bar around a list view or anything, it will update itself automatically, just like magic, with the information from the containing list view. So scroll bar listens from children that are scrollable, and they actually handle this kind of update, and they use it to position the scroll bar accordingly to changes. So yeah, code. What we have here, first a repaint boundary. I'm just going to explain this. But so we have a notification listener here that every time in which the containing list view here is here in the child, every time we have a scroll magic notification, this will happen, and we will have some information here that is computed from the changes that happen. The scroll metrics is basically reunites the information of the state of a scrollable, basically. So when something changes, we calculate delta time, delta pixels, yada, 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 and then we set state, right, with the right amount of blur. And then this information is passed to a different widget, this one, and this widget is a shader widget. Ooh, shader. It's actually generated by Umbra. That was written by that guy there. Yay, yeah. It actually converts, allows you to represent a shader in the widget tree and make it like type safe. So I'm going to try to find the GLSL, this one. This is the actual file for the shaders. It's a GLSL script. So it basically runs this fragments function every time. This is not Dart, by the way. I know people on Flutter events are allergic to non-Dart stuff, but try to survive on this. And uniforms actually describe the parameters for this execution. This one, assembler 2D, it's a scary name, but it's just an image, right? In the Flutter size, it will be just an image. So motions, motion blur, files. Motion blur scrollable. Here we are. So basically converted those uniforms in these types. The input is just an image from Dart UI. It's not the image widget. And yeah, we just pass this information. Actually, I'm forgetting to pass the blur angle. On horizontal scrolls, this will mess up. Anyway, this is the result, basically, from all of that. And the response boundary is here because we are actually screenshotting the list view and putting something on top of it when there is blur, just when there's blur. That's why we have this if right here, and the ignore pointer because the image that goes on front of the list doesn't need to receive clicks or gestures or anything. It's just something ephemeral. And here we have. I really like to scroll really fast.
I feel drowsy.
You should stop drinking, man. Anyway, this is the little demonstrations. Yay. Honorable mentions of APIs that I didn't have kind of time to talk about, and also, to be honest, I didn't mess with them, some of them a lot. Scroll behavior. This is actually really well used and well documented. This is it's largely used for packages that define design systems like Material or macOS UI. They describe the behavior of scrollable. So things like appearance of a scroll bar, how it will look like, how it feel like, is described on the scroll behavior and through a widget that's called scroll configuration that works just like provider, that provides this context for all the scrollables in the application. So you can customize how things work. For example, overscroll. That's changing on Material Tree. When on Material Tree, you overscroll, things stretch rather than having that little thing blinking. So yeah, this kind of stuff allows us to customize the scroll behavior. And this is more complicated. I never used it personally, but it actually describes some specific behaviors of a scroll in a given moment. For example, when the user is scrolling and takes the finger off the screen and the sliver keeps scrolling for some time. So that's a ballistic simulation that happens in some of the scrolls, and also allows us to customize, for example, the springiness of a page view. So yeah, it's awesome. You should look, like the documentation is awesome. That even has some Wikipedia links. I really like the page scroll physics because it has all the Moore's law description. It's really nice. And to keep up some stuff, understanding constraints. This is a tutorial on the Flutter site. This is awesome to understand that part of communication between levels. Slivers explained. I love this. You're on that, right? I love this boring show because it's like 1 hour and a half or 2 hours, right? Talking about slivers, and it feels like not even Hixie understands completely slivers. Hixie. It's like, wow, if he doesn't know anything, how can I know anything if he doesn't know? The dude basically wrote the framework core system. And also this 4 hour or 3 hour or 2 hour, I don't know, but it's a really long video from creative creator, maybe not, describing completely everything around handler objects, including slivers. I really recommend this. Like, this should be like an official dot. It's awesome. And Umbra, it's the thing that I use to compile our shader, like really eases the process of using shader on Flutter, the thing that I use it for motion blur. And yeah, that's the actual end of this talk. Thank you so much for staying.
Thank you very much. It was really, really awesome. So
Thanks.
Unexpected. Anyways.
That's a backhanded.
So we will take questions now if you have any. Okay. Since Felipe is
You have questions, right?
Because I will give the mic.
No, I just realized that the shader has randomness in it for the scrolling. I just wanted to ask why.
Sorry? Has what?
The shader for the thing has randomness in it, and I was just wondering why there is randomness in the Flutter.
Oh, randomness.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oof, you really picked me up on that. This is,
sorry.
I didn't write this shader, by the way. This is
Okay.
not my authorship. I should have mentioned that. But let me try to go there. GLSL. Whew. Yes, we have this kind of. I didn't know how to write a hand on it, so I Google it.
Maybe, yeah, looks great. So.
Yeah, thank you. I can explain some stuff on this code. Like there's the luminance constants on this vector tree for colors, and yeah, I really would need some more preparation to describe this. I didn't write this. I'm no shader expert. I really learned shaders this weekend to do this. So, oh, you should ask him. Vote for it.
Okay.
Next question.
Bring the mic. Sorry, you didn't raise your hand earlier, so.
I have a couple of questions about the mouse scroll wheel. You're not using it right now.
No, I'm using a trackpad.
I'm wondering how does this behave with the mouse scroll wheel, because the speed of the mouse scroll wheel is a little bit slow.
Yeah.
You worked on that.
Yes, I working on that while doing this, and I can say if you put a mouse here and try to use the mouse wheel, it will look awful because actually Flutter is working on this. Flutter interprets mouse wheel particularly badly. It's even worse on Windows because it represents each change as one discrete change in the wheel when it's not. It should be something that gradually changes when it's applied gradually in a scroll wheel. So yeah, using trackpads is like cheating, just like almost touch. But yeah, I tried. That's something that they are actively working on. I don't know if in this last update it was fixed, but yeah.
Nice, thanks. Another question about the mouse scroll wheel.
All right.
How about the horizontal scroll? Does it work with Control plus mouse scroll wheel?
Oh yeah, that's something that there's an issue tracking that on Windows. On Mac OS, it works perfectly, shift and scrolling with a mouse wheel. But on Windows, you have to do that manually. In some cases, in some old versions, and actually some old trackpads, it doesn't inform you like the X displacement. So a horizontal scroll on a old Windows trackpad still requires shift, and you have to bind that manually. Actually, Windows 32 has an API to listen for a mouse wheel change if there's a shift present, because one thing about Flutter is it only listens for key events, only if the window is focused. If the window is not focused, you cannot know if the shift is activated. And actually, the window receives pointer signals while unfocused. So it's kind of, we are in this gray zone, but there's an actual issue tracking that, especially on Windows. On Mac OS, it works perfectly.
Thanks.
Even you, man.
So the technique you used earlier with when you get close to the edges and stuff in the spreadsheet, could you use that in like, I don't know, a random game engine like Flame to have an open world kind of thing?
If your says a game engine uses scrollable, it uses levers.
It doesn't have like, I'm just meaning the technique, not with the widgets and stuff.
Oh, the technique, totally, definitely, yes. Especially you already have a game loop built in, so half of the job is done.
Last question.
Okay, so were the columns in your spreadsheet resizable, that you could change the width of the columns, maybe?
Yes,
like an Excel?
I actually have this running, some spreadsheet. I really like this table that I did, types of dot. And also, I own money too. So what happens is you can also expand the size of the actual thing. So I'm just navigating with keyboards now, and it will grow as you navigate.
When you select oh yeah, exactly this.
Yes.
I'm wondering how did you manage to pass this information like upwards, this sliver tree, that the width of the column changes, and how did you pass it back down again? Like
this is an awesome question, actually. Since we're doing everything in the layout level, layout layer, lots of stuff happen. When happen, we just wait for the next frame to take effect. For example, when we receive from the backend, because we have a web app, we have, and I'm working for them now. They have a web app that also the user can also do the exact same things in the exact same spreadsheet. So we have multiplayer here. So for example, if we receive from the backends or the user resizes a row or a column, we just need to set it up in our layout, in our data layer. It's a state management layer. And then our render objects will know about this and will request layout. So you will mark that render object as dirty, and next time a frame passes by and it passes by the layout level again, the framework will take care of itself for layouting the entire screen if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So one more time, have a round of applause for Repo. You might probably find him at the VGV booth, right?
Yes.
Ask your further questions. See you in the next one.
Yay.
whenever you're ready. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Right now we have Antonio Robledo with us. Antonio Robledo?
Anthony.
Anthony
Yeah.
Robledo, yeah. How can I say the right thing and say it wrong? Anyway, so Antonio works at material design team and we'll talk about Google Fonts with us. So stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much. So hello, yes, my name is Anthony Robledo. I put my GitHub on there. It's Clocksmith. So I'm going to talk today about Google Fonts from kind of the beginning, the Flutter Create part of it. And so before we get into fonts, I'd like to just quickly talk about typography. So Material has defined a subsystem called typography, the type system. And you may have heard from a previous talk today, there was somebody talking about the color scheme, Mike, a lot. He mentioned typography, but we're going to get into a little bit more here. So there's a few different fields or types of fonts like within the subsystem. So you have your headlines, you have your subtitles, your body. So I'm not going to go too deep there. I just wanted to introduce that concept because it's important to understand that when you're changing your fonts in Flutter. So if we go back here to the slides, so Google Fonts Flutter package is based off of Google Fonts. And Google Fonts is a team, and they have a website where you can experiment with over 1,000 different free fonts. So you can see here are some popular ones here. I'm going to switch it to light theme just so it's a little better on the camera. So I think one of the fan favorites here is Railway, but I don't know if I'm typing that right, or maybe it's not available on this version. But you can see, question?
Is it R-A-L-E-W-A?
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, thank you. Not rail like that, Railway. Okay, so this is one of the Google fonts you can use, and you can download the font families here. You can get different font weights. You can get different font styles like italic, and we'll go into that more when we talk about the Google Fonts package. So now that we know what typography is and we know what Google Fonts is, we can go to Google Fonts for Flutter. So why do you want to use Google Fonts for Flutter? One, it's easy to use and works with hot refresh. So when you're experimenting with your app, you can quickly change the font within a couple seconds, and you can experiment with different fonts, and it's a really cool thing to have if you want to like play around with the look and feel of your app. Another reason is it's very easy to go, once you're done experimenting and you're ready to launch your app, it's easy to then bundle your app up. There's some instructions on how to pre-bundle those fonts if you want, because maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you want to only download the fonts after your user downloaded your app. So you have a couple different options there. And if you look under your seat right now in the audience, you will find nothing because Google Fonts is free. There's over 1,000 free. Oh, I forgot to play this here. There's over 1,000 free and open source fonts in Google Fonts, and they're constantly updating them. Sometimes they get removed, but usually there's more and more and more every day or every couple months. Okay, so we're going to just do a quick live coding example of how to use Google Fonts in the simplest way, which is using Flutter Create. So I'm going to Flutter Create something here. Let's call it fun fonts. Okay, so it's going to quickly create that. Good. And then you have to add it at the package. So you can do that with Flutter Pub. Flutter Pub add Google _fonts. Oh, I have to be in the directory. Okay, so I'm going to change into fun fonts, then run that command. Wait a little bit. Okay, it's downloading the dependencies. And we're good to go. So then now that I'm in there, I can open this in VS Code. Oh, whoops, that's not the right command. It's code. Okay, so I don't need this terminal anymore. So we'll get right into the starter app, and I'm going to run it real quick just so you can see what it looks like. And I'm sure you're all familiar with this app. It's what you get when you do Flutter create. Sorry, I gotta close this one here. So it should be running on this emulator soon. Oops, that's weird. Okay, doesn't want me to have it next to the code editor, but use the mouse. I'm going to close this down because I think it might be out of date here. So I'm going to start up an Android emulator here because Google Fonts works on all platforms. There are some caveats with desktop apps right now. So just for ease, I'm going to use an Android emulator. Okay. All right, so we got our emulator up. Let's go back to the run. So we need to get the starter app up so we can start playing with the fonts. What's happening here? Okay, there it is. So can everybody see that? All right, so what we're going to do now is try to get this over on the screen so we can really see hot refresh in action.
You can drag it and then just put it in, or maybe enter that first. Enter that window selection first. Yeah, and then
Okay, there we go. Gotta love Windows operating systems with Windows. Okay, so we have, where did the app go? Sorry, we're gonna hot refresh this. Let's see. There it is. Okay. So back to actually using Google Fonts. So we've already installed the package. And if we go to where there's some text here, where it says you have pushed this button this many times, you can add a text style. And instead of a normal text style, we're going to use a Google Fonts text style. So should automatically be able to import this because we already installed the package. And let's change it to Railway. Why not? So if I start typing Railway, it auto-completes because it has all of the fonts statically typed into this one class. And then I'm going to save it. So this was made a constant, but it's no longer constant. So it's hot refreshing, and you'll see the font change. It changed there. Let's make it a little bigger since it's hard to see. So one of the things you can do with these generated text styles is change the size. So there you go. And then there's 1,400 something like that fonts in there now. So we can do different one, quicksand, hit save, and it changed, right? It's hard to tell. Let's make the font weight is another parameter you can change. So this is things like bold, but we have an enum for that, where you can select the actual weight as a number or as a string like bold. So let's make it really thick to see so you can see it over the YouTube video here. Okay, so it's working. All right, so that was just a quick introduction of how easy it is to use Google Fonts. I know there was some hiccups there with the emulator, but once it's actually running, you can see it's just Google Fonts dot whatever font name you want to use, and then all of the parameters are copied into this file. So there's also ways to do it with theming, but I'm going to skip that because in the essence of time here, let's get back to the slides. And because I think it'd be interesting to go over a little bit how it works. So the best way to see that is just to look at the code. This is an open source package. It is maintained by some Googlers and also by the community. So the main thing that this package does is it has a generator folder. And what it does is it tries to download the latest file from Google Fonts, which is a protobuf, which is basically like a JSON-like file. It's a structured data that has names of fonts, links to download fonts, weights that are supported, things like that. So we go through that file, and then we generate another large file that is all of the code that you can use in your app. So if you're only using a few different fonts, when you build it, it's not going to include that whole file. It's going to shake all those fonts that you didn't use out. So you don't have to worry about including like a 5 megabyte packet or file in your app. So the generator, we do run it manually right now. And then it also prints out this nice files. You can see all the fonts that are supported. So you could use this file dynamically if you want in your app, if you wanted to expose every single font to download, for example. You can also just see what fonts are supported. And you can also do it through, I like to do it through Code Complete, because when you hit dot and then you start typing, you'll get like all the different fonts as well. So that's like in essence how the package actually works. Yeah, so let's go back to the slides, wherever they may be. Oh, they're here. Okay. So next, there are loading and bundling strategies. I mentioned this at the beginning. By default, it fetches every font with HTTP requests. It downloads it directly from Google Fonts servers. This is how all the sites that use Google Fonts across the world basically use Google Fonts too. It's a giant server with, handles huge loads, constantly downloading fonts. So when you're actually hitting this API, you really don't have to worry about it failing because it's a very robust and stable API. One thing we also do, depending on the platform, is we store the font locally on the disk or on the phone or on the whatever device you're on, so that when you go to refresh it again, it's already there. You don't have to fetch it again. There's flags to change that, whether you want to do that or not. The third thing a third nice feature we have is pre-bundling it. Once you are using your fonts, you can then add it to PubSpec, and it will automatically include and use those instead, so it won't fetch. Again, I mentioned before, you might not want to do that. You can imagine like you don't actually want to pre-package the font with your app, and you just want to dynamically download it after they've downloaded it. So that's like another option, is to disable HTTP fetching or enable HTTP fetching in the case that is described. So another thing that you must do when you're using this package is licensing. And when you're deploying with Apple, you have to configure entitlements to download over the network. So these are just like kind of extra steps that we have very good documentation on, but eventually we'd like to automate more of it. So I can show you what that looks like. back at the GitHub page in the README file. So again, here, this shows like all the different ways. I only showed one way to use it with the text style, but it shows how to do theming and all the fetching options and bundling in assets, which we went over. But I just wanted to show the licensing part because this is important. This is like that. They are free, but you do have to give attribution to when you're using these fonts. So this is pretty simple. There's a class in Flutter called license registry. Automatically add that, and then it automatically deals with that for you. And yeah, so let's go to the next slide here. Okay, so currently, when I was using the fonts, I changed the font weight. One of the other things you can change is font style. Flutter now supports variable fonts. And if you haven't seen variable fonts before, they're pretty cool. They're one file that lets you adjust the parameters dynamically. So like you can change the width. This is all the same font file, and it's just changing parameters, and then it redoes the font, so you don't have to download actually different fonts with different weights. So that is on the roadmap for Google Fonts now that Flutter supports it. That will simplify things because you won't necessarily need to have different weights and different styles like italic. But this is just like a quick intro into variable fonts if you haven't seen them. They're kind of new and they're now supported in Flutter. So just not Google Fonts yet. And yeah, to improve the package a little bit, we'd also like to do some automatic bundling and licensing. Like instead of having to actually copy and paste that stuff, you just run a script, goes through your code and puts everything in there for you in the pub spec and in your main.dart. So if we have time, I'll show another usage. Okay, so I pre-made this app, pretty simple app. And this is one where you would use one of the functions in Google Fonts called getFont. So if you don't want to statically include a font, you can get font by name. So let's open VS Code with that example. So I like movies. I made this one based off movies. You can see it's only like, the main is only 60 lines, and this is only like 100 lines. It's a little game, so we can play it together. So let's give it a second to run, but I guess real quick, what I'll show you is the API that I'm using. So somewhere in here it is, line 62. I'm setting the state dynamically. I'm setting the state, and then I'm changing the text style. So I'll be able to actually change. When I say I mean the user that's using the app will actually change the font on the fly. So Jurassic Park is a great movie, but I mean the font here just isn't right. So if we try to change it, doesn't still look right. I mean, Google Fonts has a lot of fonts. It's not going to have Jurassic Park font. That's probably proprietary, but we can get pretty close. So there's Jurassic Park. And then here's a famous one too. This is Avatar 2. And there's, I mean, oh, sorry, Fred. Okay, so Avatar 2 is, you may know Avatar is pretty notorious with their font. There's a font called Papyrus, and it's just, you know, it's not the best font. People hate it. There's like SNL skits and everything, but we also, this was kind of weird. There's a font, coincidentally, that's handwriting font, and it's called Nothing You Can Do, right? So nothing, this is on Google Fonts. It's actually called Nothing You Could Do. And it's handwriting, and it's not Papyrus. So I think that's a win for this one. So that's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed this quick little intro to Google Fonts, and you know it's pretty flexible, so please feel free to check it out. And I wanted to say thank you to the contributors, because we have a lot of community contributions, filing issues, using it, actually merging PRs, and of course the Google Fonts material and Flutter teams. And I also linked a video in here, which is a package of the week video. Really good intro to Google Fonts as well. That's it. If there's any other questions or, oh, we got a question? Sorry.
So you mentioned manual licensing that you have to add to your code. What are the ramifications of not doing that? Will Apple not push your app to the App Store?
That's a good question. Oh, yeah, sorry. The question was about the manual licensing, and if you do forget that step, it's possible that both the App Store or the Play Store might not let you go through with that. So, because they do look at those licensings. Like if you use third-party software, it's the same thing. You're supposed to attribute it, even though it depends what licenses it is actually. But some of the fonts have OFL licenses, I think. So you just add that one in there, and then I think it's like a catch-all, but it'll tell you in the package directory on GitHub, like how to do that. A little bit more info. Yes.
If I have multiple fonts from Google Fonts, should I put the license for each font, or would having only Google Fonts license be enough?
I think you want to put it for each, even though if it's the same license, you still need to list all the fonts you're using.
Okay.
Yeah. The question was like, if you have multiple fonts, how do you do the licensing? Yeah, you have to list each one explicitly. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, I will just material design team is here in the venue, and they will be here tomorrow as well, hopefully. Perfect. So you can just hijack their ways, ask them questions, and yeah, just give feedback over the GitHub account that Anthony shared earlier, right? Then they can reach out to you from there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, cool. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrei Diacono. I am part of the Surface Duo team here at Microsoft, and my job is to make sure that you, the Flutter developers in the audience, can easily create or enhance applications for foldable devices and especially the Surface Duo using Flutter. My approach for today's talk is going to be a bit more practical. I will be enhancing or changing an existing open source application that hopefully you already heard about. It's called Flutter Gallery. The steps that I will take in this talk will be first to have a look at how this application behaves on a desktop or tablet screen size. The next step will be to have a look at the overall architecture of the application so we understand what we're changing. And then the third step would be to make a few small changes to the application so that it is behaving nicely on foldable devices. I will be testing on a real device and showing you the results along the way. And hopefully by the end of this talk, you will go home with the thought that it's not so hard to enhance your own application. So without further ado, let's jump over into Android Studio. Okay, I have my gallery app open in Android Studio. Along with the main.dart file, I have some other files open that we'll have a look at today. But before doing a deep dive in code, let's first run this app in a browser so we can also see the routes that the application is using. I can see from the browser address that I'm on the default route. This is the home screen. It has a logo, a settings section, a gallery of case studies. These are individual apps packaged inside of the Flutter Gallery app. For example, if I open Reply, this is a full-fledged app, and it has its own route, /reply. And then there are 3 categories of individual demos. So if I open one of them, I can see that this is a demo for a menu. I also have options to select what kind of demo for menus I want to preview. And these are some sort of tabs because they function like tabs. Now I'm on the options tab. I can see info about this menu, or I can see the code for this demo. Now, this application has an Easter egg. If you click the logo, an animation appears and the whole layout gets pushed to the bottom. Now, normally I wouldn't spoil such a nice surprise for you, but it is relevant in the architecture discussion that we are about to have. Now, let's see how this app behaves when I shrink the browser window. There are a few dramatic changes. I no longer have the logo at the top. The settings section now takes over the whole screen. The carousel with the case studies takes over the whole width of the screen with one item. And the categories for demos are collapsible and they show up one beneath the other, and they are no longer arranged in 3 separate columns. And if I open a demo, I can see that it occupies the whole screen. If I want to change the configuration for a demo, everything gets pushed downwards, including if I open the code. It takes up a big chunk, but it still pushes the contents of the demo at the bottom. Going back to the code, there are a few things I want to highlight. First would be the routes. As we saw, /nothing is the homepage. There is another path for demos. So each demo gets loaded from a demo catalog, and it has a regular expression path. And then every other route of the application is dedicated to one of the case studies. The application, even though it looks quite complex, it has 3 types of routes. One would be the home. The second type would be a case study, and the third type would be the demos. One other thing that I want to show you is how this application deals with multiple screen sizes. So if I'm searching here for is desktop, I'll see that home.dart file uses a method called isDisplayDesktop, which it transfers to a variable. And then this gets used in the layout to decide if it shows 3 columns for demos, or if it shows the carousel images one by one or multiple at the same time. And we can see this used across the app. So if the display is a desktop, then, for example, the padding is bigger or smaller. If we navigate to the method definition, we land in adaptive.dart, which is a helper file, and it contains isDisplayDesktop, isDisplaySmallDesktop, which are used across the app. This in turn uses a package called adaptive breakpoints. We can see that this is an implementation of a material design concept. If I run the application on a Surface Duo in single screen, this is how it looks. If I span the application, I can see that it behaves as if it's running on a small tablet or on the desktop environment. What I want from this screen is that the left screen remains the same, and I want the Easter egg to possibly run on the right. And when I open a demo, it mostly looks okay, but I no longer want the logo at the top, and I think I want to place the demo on the left and have these options open on the right, because right now I'm tapping on the right screen, but the changes happen on the left screen. So I want to move everything from here to here and to move this demo to the left. One other thing that I think I want to do is to open one of these case studies on the right screen when I'm on the home screen. So when I'm here, I want the left screen to look like this, and then if I open a case study, I want the right screen to look like this. And if we get all these enhancements done, I think we have most of the application covered. This diagram is a very simplified version of the overall architecture. And since I want to enhance this application for foldable devices, I have identified different parts of the layout that can go to separate screens. First thing that we want to do is to have a similar function like this one, which returns true if we are on a foldable. We will call that isDisplayFoldable just to have the same naming convention as these other two methods. This in turn looks at media query and sees if there's a hinge there. If there is a hinge and it's vertical, then it returns true. If there is no hinge, then it returns false. This, by the way, is not a property that you can find in media query. This is an extension method that I created to easily find a display feature if it is a hinge. If you also want to use it, you can find it in this package from Microsoft, which among other things contains this extension method. This is where you can find the two-pane widget, which we'll be using today as well. But if you don't want to use this extension method, then all you have to do is iterate over the display features and see if one of them is a hinge. It's not enough that we added this method here. We also need to use it in a couple of places. And the first place we're going to use it is isDisplayDesktop. We want isDisplayDesktop to return false if we are on a foldable. This way we can start with the phone layout on the Surface Duo, because I think that's very close to what we need compared to the desktop layout. The next file we're changing is called splash.dart. This one manages how the Easter egg is presented. For example, if we are on a desktop environment, then you can see a part of the logo because the rest of the application has a top padding of 136. In this case, front layer means the rest of the home screen. So the home screen is a child of the splash screen. And what we want to do here is replace the stack with a two-pane widget if we are on a foldable device. This is the code that we add to this class. If we are on a foldable display, then we use two-pane and render the home screen on the start pane. In this case, it would be the left pane, and the end pane will be the Easter egg. If we are not on a foldable display, then the layout will be just as it was before. If I run the application again, I can see that it looks the same on a single screen, but when I span the application across both screens, I can see that the left screen shows the same home screen. It's not spanned across both screens, it's just sitting here on the left screen. I can see the settings works and everything. I really didn't make any changes to the home widget itself. It is exactly the same. But the splash widget, the one that manages where the home widget sits, now renders this Flutter and select a demo logo and text here. And if I tap on it, it starts the Easter egg on the right screen. So I'm quite happy with the results so far. But if I open a case study, I can see that it is taking over both screens. So we still have to deal with that. And if I open up a demo, I can see that the demo takes over the whole screen, and the menu, the menu and information, everything still pushes the layout down. So I'm going to deal with this next. The demo widget already has dramatic differences between desktop and phone rendering, and to achieve this, it had to make a difference between demo content and the controls up at the top. The code that you're seeing here is the way that demos render on phones, and as you can see, this is a list view, which contains first the section, which can be the configuration or the info or the code, and then it contains the demo. If I scroll up at the top, I can see that the desktop version also renders a demo, and if it's not in full screen, it also renders a section, but it does so by putting them in a row, so side by side. This layout is already very similar to what we want for foldables, but because of the small differences between the desktop and foldable layout, it is preferable that we have a separate else branch for foldables. In our case, this will use a two-pane widget again, and it will simply put the demo content on the left, as we discussed, and it will put the configuration, in this case named section, on the right. Let's have a look at how that looks like on the device. We again start with the application in single screen. Let's span the app. Let's select a demo, preferably one that has a configuration. And as you can see, the demo is on the left, so these are the contents. And this is the section which changes according to what I have selected in the app bar. You can also look at the code. And you can, of course, unspan. And when you're unspanned, the application behaves just as it did until now. So I'm quite happy with this result. The last thing that we want to change is how case studies render, because they are now full screen and we want them to render on this right-hand side. And if we get that done, I think we're just about done here. In order to make the case studies behave the way we want, we first need to differentiate between two types of routes in this application. Some routes, like the demo pages that we just saw, will open on both screens, meaning that they will not open exclusively on a second screen, and all the study cases will open on a second screen, meaning that they won't open full screen or spanned. So I introduced a new parameter to the path class here, open in second screen. It is false for demo pages. It is true for all other routes except for the home. So home also opens up on both screens. If a path has open in second screen set as true, then it will open up on the right screen. In order to achieve this, I also changed the route generator. And if we open a path in a second screen, then we will render it a bit differently. In this case, we take the hinge if it exists. If it doesn't exist, then we just proceed as normal. But if it does exist, then we position it to the right side of the hinge. This is the last change that we had to make to the application. And if we run this again on the device, you can see that if I span the app and select one of the case studies, it renders on the right side. Now, the application is in a /reply route. It is no longer on the home route, even though home is rendering on the left side. And you can see this by unspanning the app and seeing that the only thing that we see is the reply case study. So if I go back and select a different study, it is rendered on the right, and I can also navigate from case study to case study, a use case that was previously not possible for users. The user can also still go back using the operating system gestures. But yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that when we're seeing this, we are on the reply route or the case study route. There's one more thing that I wanted to show you, which is that I added another demo to the list of demos. This one is a two-pane demo, and it's actually useful if you want to use two-pane, just as we did today. And you can see how it behaves on a foldable device, on a tablet or desktop or a candy bar phone. You can also view the code that was used to render this. And I guess the funny thing here is that what you're seeing here is a 2-pane on the left screen rendered inside the 2-pane on the whole screen on the device. Now, at the end, I have a small confession to make. Every piece of code that you saw in this talk has already been merged into the gallery application. This means that you can visit their GitHub repository and have a look at the code that I just showed you. In addition to that, you can download our emulator and run the gallery app to see for yourself how this application behaves on a foldable device in your own workstation. You can use the QR code that you have on the screen or the short link. They will redirect you to our documentation, which contains details about media query display features and 2-pane. In addition to that, you can also find our emulator there and our design kit. Our team is friendly on the internet and, among other things, hosts a Twitch show and also writes blog articles. If you want to be in the loop with our team, please follow us on Twitter.
The sound is on, right? Okay. All right. So with this talk, we are concluding the first day of Flutter Vikings. I would like to thank everyone joining us in person and also online. For the online folks, this isn't over. We still have a lot of prizes to give away and a lot of talks tomorrow. So from 9 a.m. Central European time, be with us tomorrow on Flutter Community YouTube channel. And for the in-person joiners, we will have the after party, which should start at 7 at somewhere called Oslo Scene, which is like 15 minutes walk from here. There won't be any food, but you will have drinks there. We will provide 2 drinks there. You can enjoy, meet other folks, and just see the community members as well. And for today, thank you very much, everyone in here and online for joining, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah.